Hello, hello. That's too bright. Put that down there. I'll give you guys a minute to hop on in. I'm still putting on my lip gloss. Where did it go? I just didn't want to be late, so I thought I'd come on before I was ready. You know how it is. I can either come on before I'm ready or be late, or both. Actually, today was both because I was a couple of minutes late and not ready. But at least I didn't push back the time. I do not like pushing back the time. I drive myself crazy with that. But I've got lots of good excuses. The damn dog came and ate my snack of cottage cheese that I was about to eat so that I wouldn't be starving. Let's do a life take two. I used to do this on my video, but now that channel life take two does it. I will put that down there. Ask you to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notification bell to ring. Let's see if I can I tuck that away somewhere inconspicuous where it doesn't like destroy. I don't know. It's ugly, but I'll just put it like that to remind us. No, it's too ugly. Let's see. Can I put it over here? I'll put it like this. How about that? There, that's perfect. Yay. All right. So, and I was also going to check and make sure that I got everything right when I did it before. Anna Bees, hello, my dear. How are you? You're the best. You are the best. So I've got my smoothie at least. The dog didn't knock that down. And it is a very good peach smoothie. I like to be humble. In my video yesterday, my lipstick was all messed up, but I'm like, so what? Just leave it. I was like, oh, I can take that video down and redo it. And I'm like, nah. It's just a little lipstick. Who cares? It's good to be humble. Last time I listened to you, I fell asleep while you were reading. I wasn't bored, just sleepy. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I fall asleep while I'm reading because I get so relaxed. I was doing that last night. So the first thing I wanted to do, make sure the sound is good. Is it better now? And then I want to just, I've got everything I need, I think. Man, it was such a pain in the rear end printing this. I think I might have skipped a page at the very beginning, which I don't want to admit, because what a pain in the butt. And at the same time, I don't want to make this more complicated than it needs to be. And it is so complicated. It's ridiculous. Nothing is easy. Nothing is easy. So where I left off yesterday was a very disgusting situation. Okay, maybe I'll just check into it later. Because I had started my last video at page 10. And yeah. Let's see. It's really getting complicated. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm almost there. I am going to mess it up, aren't I? Okay, let's start over. Just kidding. It is very interesting, and I feel so bad for Virginia. I think you left off on page 14, but I'm not sure. Yeah, like I said, I'm just making it so much more complicated than it needs to be. I think I left off on page 17, but I started at about page 10, and I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't skipped anything from before. It's absolutely gross. Maybe I should just start from the very beginning. I'm not even kidding you. But I don't really want to do that either. Yeah, so I left off with, I think at the top of 17, it was about the FBI, about the bust, right? So the top of 17 with the FBI bust. I was in shock that they had been tracking us for so long. I knew now, with or without my help, the FBI had enough on Ron to put him away for a very long time if they could catch him, that is. That's where I left off. I'm not going to worry about that other stuff. I'm just going to pick up here. You're getting more ads lately. Yes, start over. Oh, really? You think so? I'll start over for you. That maybe more ads means that you're making money. Yes, after the FBI bust. I'll let you decide, Annabise, or anyone else who wants to decide if you want me to just pick up right where I left off on page 17 or start over from page 1. I'd be happy to do that. You want to flip a coin? If you're still here, you might have had to log off or something. Okay. Well, I say start over. Okay, I was just about to pick up where I left off. Okay, I'm going to just start at the very top. Chapter 1, The Billionaires Playboy Club. But that's just me. Well, you're the most important one, Annabise. To my true love, Robbie, who believes in me every step of the way, and to all of my children, you are all my very inspiration. I think it'll be good for continuity. Chapter 1, every single person in this shared world together has a unique story of his or her own to tell. This one is mine. It was coming up to my third night camping out at Miami Beach in the summer of 1997. I was 13 years old, hiding from a world full of hurt. Sitting on the shoreline for hours, watching the sunset fall deeper into the horizon, my eyes were glazed over with tears, not from being wind whipped, but by the rough sea breeze, but from reflecting on the abuse I encountered as a young girl and how everyone in my life who was supposed to be there for me had now turned their backs on me in abandonment. My fears crept up, and the excitement of escaping all of them faded now, realizing how alone I really was now, and for the hunger that was paining in my belly. At this point, with nowhere to go and only time to waste, I wiped the tears from my eyes and set out to find an empathic person that I could manage to get dinner money from. If not, it wouldn't have been the first time I had gone hungry for the night. I walked to the nearest bus stop and asked a handful of people for any spare change, none of whom that could help me. Sitting down on a nearby curb, disappointed in grief of my current state, I put my head into my knees and began to sob. Out of nowhere, it seemed, a black stretch limo turned the corner and stopped in front of the curb where I had been hopelessly lost. The back door opened to reveal a heavyweight and balding old man with a big cheesy smile. Neatly dressed in black trousers and a collared shirt, he was sitting next to a striking young blonde girl, drop dead beautiful and dressed in a foxy red mini dress. She looked like a model just stepping off a runway. Their smiles greeted me warmly, and he kindly asked, "What is such a sweet little girl like you doing sitting alone on the street looking so upset?" Shocked from this stranger's concern, I was hesitant in telling him the truth. Reluctantly, I decided to tell him that I was a runaway, not from around here, and really hungry, hoping at most I would get some money for food from him. He instantly displayed a chilling excitement and offered me to come into his car so that we could talk some more. That should have been my first cue to get out of there quick. But with nowhere to go and so naive, I didn't realize how much worse it could get. Setting foot into that limo, I made my first entrance into a world that would entrap me for many years to come. Cece, hello again. We're starting at the top. So I'm at page 2. Thanks so much for being here, you guys. Um, he introduced him, and here's the like button. Don't forget to hit that. He introduced himself immediately as Ron Eppinger, a businessman and owner of a successful modeling agency called Perfect 10, flaunting his oozing wealth by introducing one of his many girlfriends. The beauty next to him was Jana, a supposed model from the Czech Republic, who looked like she could be in her early 20s with the heavy load of makeup she was wearing, but really was only in her late teens. She kissed me on both cheeks and politely said hello in a thick Czech accent, making me feel a little more at ease. Convinced it couldn't be that bad. There was another girl in the car, right? I couldn't be more wrong. What he didn't tell me to begin with was that his modeling agency was only posing for an undercover trade. By the time I found out, I thought it was too late to run. His business was really an illegal immigrant trafficking ring of young women, mostly consisting of underage girls, that he was using as escorts to make him uber rich, only available to a selective clientele, costing them anywhere from $1,000 over per hour of erotic entertainment. The girls were trained to fulfill every sexual desire asked of them, no matter how bizarre the request might be. The high paid escorts for Ron's super rich clientele, such as Yana and many other charismatic beauties, would only benefit a fraction of their earnings for themselves, Ron reaping in the majority of the financial rewards. And being they were all illegal immigrants, they were further trapped by his enslavement. Think of Melania. I proceeded to introduce myself, besides what he had found out about me on the curbside. Excuse me, telling him my name and a little bit about how I ended up on the streets, explaining that I could take care of myself and didn't need my family or anyone to look after me anymore. Looking back later in life, I can now admit I was in a terrible state. But being such a headstrong teenager, I refused to give in. He asked me my age, and I told him I was 16 at first. He coyly replied, "Are you sure? I think you could be telling me a fib. How old are you really? I won't be mad." Being a terrible liar, I knew I had been caught out and couldn't deny it any further. I told him the truth, and he chuckled and then paused and answered in a very serious tone, "As long as you never lie to me again, I will take you in." Right away, I pondered to myself, what did he mean? Take me in? He gave the driver the location of our destination and rolled the middle window back up, and then tell me a story of how his daughter had passed away 7 years ago. I was going to look that up, if Ron Eppinger's daughter had really passed away. Let me see if Google knows real quick. I won't be stopping too much while I'm reading this because I just want to try to get through it. I really want to get through the whole thing tonight. Did Ron Eppinger have a daughter that died in a car crash? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I don't know that it'll tell us. Oh, let me see. AI mode. I asked, did Ron Eppinger have a daughter that died in a car crash? There's no evidence from the search results that he did have a daughter who died in a car crash. The search results primarily focus on the death of Virginia Giuffre. So yeah, he probably was just telling his sob story, right? I mean, if he did have a daughter that died in a car crash, he probably would have had some empathy and not pulled this crap. Just my opinion. Oh, and let me do my thing. Everything I say is simply my opinion for the sake of hoping to start a conversation, open a discussion, learn something, be educational. All my videos are made for YouTube, and it's an infotainment platform. Right now, we're really focused on the educational piece of this document. And I'm going to say everything I say is my opinion because I could misread something. So all of it is just my opinion, even though I'm reading something that somebody else wrote, that Virginia wrote. So there I was with, tell me a story of how his daughter had passed away 7 years ago from a horrific car accident in which 4 other teens were killed, and he has never gotten over it. Yeah, I'll look into that because a car crash in Miami with 5 teens being killed, and this would be somewhere around this is probably 1997. Yeah, it's summer of 1997. And so that would be summer of 92. Wow, is that like 33 years ago already? But yeah, I'll look it up. I'll see if there was a car accident in Miami around 1992 with 5 teenagers that died. I doubt it. I bet he's just a lying liar. Like, why would he tell the truth? And like I said, he'd probably have some compassion for a runaway if he had suffered something that tragic. He had never gotten over it. I reacted with sheer sympathy and gave him my pity, which is what he wanted. Believing this man has a heart, his next proposal was eerie. He said, if you wanted, I can be your new daddy, someone to take care of you, and you'll be my new baby forever. He stroked my hair such as a caring parent would comfort a scared child. A part of me wanted to accept his words and believe he really could feel that way. And then I also considered how hard it was living on the streets. In the end, I convinced myself this would be the lesser of the 2 evils. The car stopped at a plaza on the water. surrounded by little boutique shops, restaurants, and little stalls with items for sale like sunglasses and costume jewelry. I didn't know what to say or do or how to act. It all just happened so fast. I just went along with everything he said for now. We went to a takeout restaurant and ate on the waterside, and afterwards he took me to Gap Kids Company to dress me in his ideal of proper attire. Tiny cutoff shorts revealing the cusp of my buttocks, and some shirts that barely fit. Even the sales assistant was shocked at what she thought was my grandfather's choice in clothing. I couldn't even believe it myself. Only an hour ago, I was begging for money living on the streets, and now I was dining al fresco and shopping at name brand outlets. We then hit a couple of more specialty stores afterwards. He said he had to buy me a few more necessities to start with: lacy G strings and what looked to me like lingerie pieces I had only seen grown women wearing in magazine ads or movies was now part of my wardrobe. In my mind, it was a big step up from being a little girl any longer. The driver took us back to Ron's grand apartment overlooking the Isle of Key Biscayne and a large bridge leading to a Miami harbor. Entering his residence, I was blown away by the spectacular view, rich decor, and white marble floors that were so glossy it looked as if stepping on glass. He took my shopping bags to a large room at the back of the apartment and put them into a small closet. The room was considerably large with glass exterior walls that maximized the potential of the panorama landscape soaking in the seascape of Miami. In the room was a gigantic round bed raised off the floor by three steps and mirrors on the ceiling. It looked like a honeymoon suite out of a raunchy hotel. He then exclaimed, "This is my room here, and you'll be sharing it with me." When I asked him where I would sleep, he sickly replied, "With me, of course, silly. Where else?" With no room for argument, I pretended to be okay with everything that my common sense was screaming out in my head to run. And sometimes she doesn't write things so smoothly, and so I'll try to fix it as I'm reading it because she kind of like that was worded very awkwardly. Next, I was taken down a long hall at the other end of the apartment to meet five more exotic beauties. Three girls were in their late teens, and the other two were in their early 20s. All of them were from the Czech, here under false passports provided by Ron and his contacts. Yana held my hand while introducing me to the group of girls as Baby, a pet name she came up with for me. Oh, this is definitely going to be a documentary, huh? Unless the president can make it not happen, which I'm sure it wouldn't happen until he's unable to make it not happen. Um, she came up with for me, being I was the youngest one among them, or ever to be brought in by Ron for that matter. It became my new identity, not even worrying to mention my real name to anyone anymore. My identity was no longer important to myself. I wanted to become someone new, and Baby is who I was. How's my hair? Is it just awful? Remember, I'm not going to be vain. It's all about being humble. A shocking first impression, the girls were completely nude, revealing their voluptuous young bodies with such a careless ease, and others were in just a G string, similar to the ones Ron had bought me earlier. They were all stunning girls and full of life, charismatic and beautiful. They were the girls who should be on the front of billboards, not selling their bodies to old crude men for sex, doing each other's makeup in front of the mirror and chatting away on the bed with no care in the world aiming at persuading me to see the highlights of the life Ron gave them, and they almost did. Ron left the room for a few moments, letting us all get to know each other a little better, and that's when I started to compile an understanding of what really went on here. Just catching a bit of their conversation from before my introduction, I heard them chatting about the night they were preparing for. Speaking excitedly about some men they would be entertaining in a few hours, one of the girls was talking about going out to sea with one of these clients on a yacht for a few days. Since none of the girls seemed shy to talk about their professions or anything for that matter, I decided to ask them a few questions about what they did. They were more than happy to expand on their point of view in the conversation, attempting to paint a pretty picture of what they were paid to do. One sec. This might be completely unrealistic, but I'm hoping to power through this whole thing over the next 8 hours or so. Just getting up for bathroom breaks when I need to. We'll see. I really want to get through it because it's so eye opening. I haven't read all of it, but I've read most of it. I've read like the first 30 pages and the last 55 pages. So there's like about 55 in the middle there that I haven't read yet. They all begin, and it just is like all the missing pieces to the puzzle in my mind. But that's because I already read that other book, Nobody's Girl, which I'm planning on reading to you guys like this next. Because it's educational, I think I can do it without having to get an email back from them. So we'll see. But that's my plan. We'll see. Um, Painting a pretty picture of what they were paid to do. They all began to jump up and down with excitement like giddy schoolgirls at a slumber party. Another girl with jet black hair and a thick accent, wearing absolutely nothing at all, grabbed me onto the bed with them and into their fiasco, instantly making me feel accepted into their sorority, like I actually belonged somewhere for once. Yana went on to explain a little more in detail. We accompany the wealthy friends of Ron. They want only beautiful girls by their side, so we come and act however they want us to. But most importantly, we make them think we want them back too. Other girls began to jump in with their vivid points of view while playing with my hair. They were taking turns brushing and styling it as they were filling my head with all of the prospects I could have as an escort too. They made me feel beautiful like them, too beautiful for what a girl beyond my years should feel. I was simply being lured into a dangerous trap, just like they had been at a young age, too. It pretty much all came down to two things in their game: the money they would make and the lifestyle they were given. Their enthusiasm only interested me further, making it not only sound like an acceptable way of living, but also appearing to keep them all vivaciously satisfied. This way of life was just mind blowing to even comprehend at first. Was such a new outlook of the world to try to grasp at my young age. I was listening to every word spoken to me with such attentiveness. I was still going to try and model what I was observing from the girls. I justified their way of thinking in my head for now, thinking all of these girls seem happy enough. Why couldn't I try to be? It was this or the streets for me. Ron came back for me not long after our conversation got out of hand and took me to a bathroom down the hall. He opened the tap and filled a small plastic cup with water and handed me two small blue pills. This is so sad. I need to look at my phone real quick. One sec. Um, and take a quick drink of smoothie. Telling me to take them both as they would help me to relax a little bit more. I swallowed the pills, just following his orders. I put the cup on the countertop and turned back around to face him. Backing me up against the wall and now cornered by this large man, I felt his slithering hands began to creep under my skirt, writhing my skin. I closed my eyes tightly and turned my head away from him, hoping he would take my actions as a sign of being extremely uncomfortable. But that wouldn't bother him at all. He was half enjoying my reaction from the smug look on his face and persisted through it. Continuing to undress my clothes, he said he wanted to look me over and clean me up. It was so humiliating having to expose myself to this aging man, and now I knew he was going to end up with his hands and whatever else all over me. All too soon, I hated to be right. As I stood naked before his widened eyes, he told me, "You're a hairy bugger. I'll have to shave you right up, young lady." And I didn't know he wasn't just talking about my legs. Standing with my legs wide apart while this man coaxed me through the entire ordeal of shaving, his hands made me feel so dirty. Have I lost my mind? I thought to myself, but I had to play nice until I had an opportunity to get away. This was not as fun as the girls made it out to be, after all. This was utterly disgusting. I had no idea what was going to happen next with this guy. And due to whatever pharmaceuticals he gave me, I still don't know to this day. Waking up the next morning, my head was pounding in an agonizing, thumping pain, and I was so thirsty. The satin sheets thankfully covered my body, which was still nude from the night before, and I could hear hushed voices standing over the bed where I was pretending to still be asleep. Listening in on their conversation, I kept my eyes shut. I knew Ron's voice from two of the men, but not recognizing the other guys. I just stayed quiet, hoping they'd soon leave. Ron was telling the other men what atrocities he got up to the night before with me, and I heard him say, "Doesn't she even look like an angel the way she sleeps? She's my own little angel," he exclaimed proudly. I opened my eyes and rolled over to face them both, having to wrap the sheets over my body, really not knowing what to say except good morning in a blushful tone. Ron introduced me to his business partner and told me to get dressed. He had my whole day planned out for me already, booked in to get my hair colored a much lighter tint of blonde, and afterwards a day of shopping with the girls. I was becoming exactly what he wanted me to, a carbon copy of a teenage Barbie. Only I wasn't plastic and came with many benefits. Days turned into weeks being a servant to the sexual desires of this distorted pervert. See, there's words that she misuses, like she probably meant something like, she didn't mean to say distorted pervert. what would she have meant to say? Disgusting pervert, deranged. She probably meant to say deranged pervert. But I think her vocabulary is limited because she missed a lot of school due to all the Rex abuse. So I'm not judging her for it. I'm just saying, I'm sure you guys catch that with some of the language and the way things are written. The book, Nobody's Girl, with the shadow author. Is that what it's called? Not shadow author, the ghostwriter. Shadow author. The ghostwriter cleans all that stuff up. So this doesn't have a ghostwriter. Only I wasn't plastic and came with many benefits. Days turned to weeks being a servant of the sexual desires of this distorted pervert. It just throws me. I dreamt of escaping, but where would I go and how would I get away from Ron with him controlling my every second of my day? Separating myself from other girls, being so uncomfortable with enduring the everyday occurrences. I was longing for the solitude of the beach again. They were training me up to be an escort prodigy or something like it. Outrageous orgies were conducted as my lessons, with the girls teaching me all of their tricks in the game. It was all for the sake of the men's perverted fantasies, and they didn't get anything from being sexually exploited and molesting each other except getting paid for it. Everything from oral sex to penetration with toys. I was expected to not only join in, but even perform ludicrous acts of hedonism. I was 13 years old and had never heard the terminology of these sexual acts before, and definitely shouldn't have been learning them firsthand. Thrown into into a world of chaos, I didn't know what to do except be as compliant as possible, even when asked to do the most degrading tasks. The excitement of this lifestyle he offered quickly diminished once I had to pay so dearly for it. The girls that subdued to his lifestyle. See, like she means submitted right there. The girls that submitted to his lifestyle and enjoyed it definitely put on a good act. But no little girl with hopes and dreams of their untainted future turns to her mother and says, "One day I dream of being a prostitute," passed around from man to man, only to grow older, regretting so much my life. It was all part of an illusion that Ron painted for us that made it seem so alluring in the first place. Spending my days with Ron, he took advantage at every given chance. Even in his convertible with the top down, I would be forced to go topless while he drove around. When I asked him why one day, it was supposedly so I could maintain an even suntan, but I knew it was his way of showing off his treasure. It was a far cry from the simple country life I had been raised in, wearing designer mini skirts and tops that always revealed too much. Of course, due to Ron and the girls determining everything I wore, ate, or spoke. We would spend our days at hair laser clinics, shopping, tanning beds, and eating as little as possible. Through the nights, we were expected to become party animals and greet Ron's clientele with the utmost flirtatious attention and doting as possible. Then, whether we were out for dinner, at a party, or at a club, the men would choose his girl and take her home. Every girl had a different price, and so did the charges, depending on the various clienteles. But Ron always kept me for himself. I would always dread the end of every night, fearing what new desires he had in store for the evening. Sometimes he would hurt me and tell me to try and enjoy it, and then do it over and over again until I gave him exactly what he wanted. I always resisted until I could no more. He was too overpowering and relentless at getting the results he wanted. At other times, he could be so gentle and caress my skin, worshiping every inch of my body, all relying upon what mood he was in. Often, though, he liked to play the teacher role and instruct me on every motion and explain what would happen when I did those certain things to him. No matter what he did to me, I was only disgusted with myself more and more. I still shudder at the thought of how he used my body. I turned 14 in August that same year and was spending my birthday loaded on a concoction of pharmaceuticals and alcohol. Trigger warning, this part is really, really sad. Really sad. Like it hasn't been sad already. Um, Loaded on a concoction of pharmaceuticals and alcohol. Um, I cannot even believe this. Oh, I know, Anna. Wait till, I mean, just right here. This is her 14th birthday. This is how she's spending her birthday. Being generously supplied by the very man who swore his devotion to caring for my every need. I didn't even know myself any longer, completely shying away from the girl I had grown up to be until this point. The apartment was empty except for me for the time being, and that was God's own little present for me. Some solitude for once, I thought. Pouring myself another drink, I opened the sliding glass doors to the balcony and walked to the edge. Looking down from the many stories where Ron's apartment was, I wished myself a happy birthday out loud and wondered if my family even remembered the day's occurrence. Dwelling in my sadness for the 14 years of suffering and loneliness I had already endured, because she was abused by her dad from the time she was 7 until 11. And then I think she first ran away from home at 11. And then she had run away from some group homes when Ron got a hold of her and when this started, and right at the beginning of where we started with the book or with the manuscript. Um, let's see. Dwelling in my sadness for the 14 years of suffering and loneliness I had already endured, the tears swelled up in my eyes, trickling downward, making my eyeliner inevitably leak down my cheeks. Inside, I felt so trapped and began to entertain the thought of jumping over the edge. It all seemed much easier, and the simple blackness that death had to offer, rather than the tangled mess I was so tired of fighting to get out of, seemed a much easier approach. Detached from wanting to feel anything, I became so numb toward my life's own tragedies. I couldn't live like this any longer. I lifted my bare legs over the edge of the railing and sat looking at the ground beneath me, so close to even just slipping off the edge to my very death. I couldn't think of any reason not to fall. I thought I had made too many bad decisions to keep going on, but some force of a higher nature had other things in store for me. The sliding door slammed open with a burst of speed, and Ron scooped me up in his big arms and brought me inside to our bedroom. Laying me down and seeing the look of despair in my eyes from my tear-stained face, he went into the bathroom cupboard and returned with 3 pink pills, forcing me to swallow them using the angered tone of his voice. He thought he was turning my sorrows into a distant dream as I passed out in his tight clutches, crying myself all the way to sleep. He didn't even ask me what was wrong because he probably already knew. Soon enough, the crumbling of his evil empire in the underworld of selling sex for his own advantage began with a single crack in his perfect scheme. And proudly, it all started with me. Ron got a scare one day and rampaged through his apartment, telling us girls to only pack our important belongings and some clothes, as we all had to leave right away. I didn't have much belonging to me, so I basically sat there watching everyone rush around frantically and was curious what could have gotten a man like Ron so scared. Once we were packed up and in the limo, he was trying to calm the frantic girls down over all the panic that spread through the apartment like wildfire. I was the only one sitting there half amused at the entire situation. I need to just break for 1 second and just like look up. My eyes are kind of bugging out. And I might need to put some wax on my braces. I think I will. I think I have some right here in my little cosmetic bag. Well, not in that cosmetic bag, but I have a couple little containers of the wax. So I hope it doesn't gross you out. I'm going to like refocus my eyes and put some of this on my braces. It'll help a lot. And I'm glad I have the headphone thing on because I can hear my kid in the other room growling and making funny noises, and you guys probably can't hear it. She'll be howling soon, right? And see, it's 5:20. So I'm not going to put a ton of wax on. I'm just going to put a little bit, especially on the top. And then I don't think it will interfere much with my talking, but it'll help a lot. Otherwise, by the end, I'd probably have bloody lips, and I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Uh, no, that doesn't gross me out. No, we can't hear anything. Well, of course it doesn't gross you out, Anna. You're a nurse, and it's nothing compared to what you see every day, I'm sure. I don't know how you do what you do, but you are an angel for sure. Oh, did you get your GoFundMe thing going yet? Are you still going to do that? Okay. Oh, it feels so much better. I might not even need to put any more on. Well, maybe I will. It feels so good. I'm going to put some on the bottom too. It's a lifesaver, really. I spend a lot of my day putting wax on and taking wax off. It's craziness, but I guess I'm getting better at it at least. Because, yeah, it was so much work dealing with the wax before that even though I was in a lot of pain, I would just not bother with it for weeks. And then they would tell me at the orthodontist, like, you should be using the wax. It helps a lot. And they're right. It does. It does. It does. So let's see. Uh, I see your comment. That's awesome. One sec. Uh, we see a lot. No, I'm not going to do that. Someone helped me out, so I'm good. Thank you. That is great. That's so nice. A guardian angel. That's fantastic. Okay. I think I'm good. I think I'll just put on a little more um, lip gloss, and then I'm good to go. I'll do Burt's Bees this time. Then I don't have to use my finger. Okay. Just don't want to like get it all over my face like I had yesterday or the day before. So where was I? The sad part about the crumbling of his evil empire. I think right here. Ron got a scare one day and rampaged through his apartment telling us girls to pack to only pack our important belongings and some clothes, as we all had to leave right away. I didn't have much belonging to me, so I basically sat there watching everyone rush around frantically and was curious what could have gotten a man like Ron so scared. Once we were packed up in the limo, he was trying to calm the frantic girls down after all the panic that spread through the apartment like wildfire. I was the only one sitting there half amused at the entire situation. I think I read that whole paragraph right. He began assuring us that everything was going to be fine. Calmly, he continued to tell all of us, packed in tightly, even for a limo, that we were all taking a long trip to Florida's countryside because someone has reported an anonymous tip to the missing persons unit at the local police station, identifying a very young girl as a possible victim of abuse living at his apartment. Ron knew what a landmine of trouble he had brought upon himself, making an exhibition out of me on the streets of Miami. I didn't pull off the older look like the other girls. I actually looked younger than my age, with my blue eyes and freckles always giving the impression of my youthful innocence. Now he just had to do whatever it took to ensure he stayed as far away from authorities as possible. Arriving at a ranch in Central Florida many hours later, and I assumed it belonged to Ron, knowing never to ask him things like that. I knew my purpose, and it wasn't prying into his personal life outside of the bedroom. There was a main house, a few cottages, some staff quarters, and paddocks where the horses were kept. I was in heaven, I thought at first. Finally, something I could really enjoy. Riding was my passion, basically growing up on the backs of horses since I was just able to walk. Not surprisingly, I began to despise Ron and all the girls for the gross exploits they made me do with them. Beginning to isolate myself from everyone, I'd rather spend my time sitting under a tree, watching the horses graze, writing in my journal, or painting, but mostly avoiding everyone possible unless Ron required me elsewhere. Nighttime was always a reoccurring nightmare for me, relived over and over again in many various ways. Ron would always start by making me some drinks and offering an assortment of pills before indulging himself by grotesquely putting his genitals in my mouth and telling me yeah, trigger warning, telling me how to give him what he would call a first class blowjob. And I was being judged every minute of it, ordering me to slow down or speed up or to maintain a perfect rhythm. I was constantly being criticized for my efforts in pleasing him. I was eager when he actually gave me a compliment. The rest of the evening was always a surprise left up to a moment's notice. Quite regularly, he would proceed with having the girls dress me up in some sexy outfits and loads of makeup, then entertain him with a lesbian reenactment him revolving around him in the center. Sometimes they would use dildos and other foreign sex toys. If you notice, I'm not substituting words. I just I just think it's not that big of a deal because there's not that many of them. I might have to at some point. So Ron liked to see us hurt during sex, sometimes even penetrating me anally, but I always resisted and would try to redirect him with another sexual desire of his. But I had no excuses when it came to me having to use the sex toys on him. He told me how men have G spots in their rectum and instructed me on how to precisely penetrate him. These nights went on what seemed like an eternal sentence for the price of not living on the streets, where unfortunately, for one still there, I feared and knew from my own personal experience could be much worse. Yeah, worse than that. Like, that's so disgusting. Yeah, so sick. Needing some contact with someone of my adolescent mentality, I called one of my school friends from the past, whom I won't name out of privacy, but I'll call him TJ. We were so close, and I knew very well, so well. I had memorized his number a long time before. He was my first puppy love sprung from a childhood friendship. Being my very first crush the summer before all of this happened, he was the only person I could think of that would care enough to talk to me. In the middle of the day, the least busy time to be noticed, I snuck into one of the vacant guest rooms and used the phone to call my good friend. The sound of my voice radiated a chill in him. It's you. Oh my God. Jenna, are you okay? He was so shocked to hear from me and the sheer fact that I was still alive. Nearly 3 months now without a single word to my family or friends. Everyone doubted my return. My attempts to forge a happy voice when I spoke with him failed, and I absolutely crumbled when he was at a loss for kind words for me. I told him of my current state of affairs, telling him of Ron and how terrified I was of him. Trying to escape in the middle of nowhere was useless. It was like being kept in a cage and I was unable to break free from. Going on to dump my issues on TJ, I proceeded with how I longed to call my family and to be with them for good, but was too afraid they didn't want me. Knowing I'd just been sent away somewhere else again, and to me, after all the time, was like going from one cage to another. He had been called by them numerously and promised me that they were very worried and even hired private investigators to try to find me. Given I was 11 years old the first time I was sent away, my trust in their sincerity he spoke about was seriously doubted. I kept the conversation short just in case my absence was being noticed, and I left on the note that I would speak to him again shortly. His attempts to get off the phone were nothing short of desperate pleas to keep me on as long as possible. I thought he was just trying to help in some way, giving him assurance in the fact I had survived this long. Obviously, I can hold off a while longer. I gave him my love and told him I'd be in touch. Thinking I had slipped away unnoticed, I entered into a room that I shared with Ron, hoping I got away with my brief and very needed phone call. The place looked empty and everyone else seemed to be out and about, so I decided to have a bath in the spa and to try to relax before the night's precautions. See, that's a weird use of that word, before the night's precautions. Um, I think she means events. I don't know. That's funny. My body glided into the steamy water as I began to think about TJ and how good it felt to just hear from a friendly voice. My thoughts drifted into the days I missed when I felt I could be silly and childlike and nearly forget for a moment how grown up I was acting these days. My first glimpse at the image surrounding me when I resurfaced above the water was daunting. There was Ron standing over my tub, looking down at me with an eager display of his arousal. He began to undo his pants and take them down when he told me, "Put your lips on my cock." I was to show in responding to his request, so he grabbed me. I was too slow in responding to his request, so he grabbed me by the back of the head and forced me to his groin. I had tears streaming down my face as I looked up to him with the saddest blue eyes, hoping he would take pity and stop, but he never did. I was really hurt by his aggression, and he definitely knew it this time, which I believe only made him more heated. I closed my eyes and began to count, using the time to keep my thoughts elsewhere, believing every single number I counted only furthered me to the end of this. I just got over 100 when he finally exploded in excitement. Still half submerged in the deep bath, I was struggling to gain my bearings in as Ron was picking me up out of the bath and carried me to go to the bedroom, which was just outside the French adjoined doors. Still damp from the hot water. I just lost my spot. Still damp from the hot water in the spa. I had goosebumps from the chill of the fresh air where he brought me to the bed and proceeded to deeply violate my every being. Eventually his scars that he left were too deep ever to be healed and would even carry on through the years to come. Upon his bursting with pleasure for the second time, he just got up and left without even saying a word to me. Left alone. Is it still her 14th birthday? Or is this a different day? It probably all seems like the same day to her, right? Left alone, I was awake for hours after that. There was no escaping the pain that night. I lay naked, wrapped in the sheets, sobbing in the dark. My feelings of being hurt and disgusted after his abusive ordeal. When will it ever stop? I prayed to God and begged for death rather than face another day in my life. I woke up alone the next day and exasperated from the misery. I felt I felt the night before. Ushering through my drawers to find something to throw on, I could care less what lay in store for me today. Couldn't be as bad as being raped by a scary man repeatedly. I think it is still her birthday, Annabise. Do you think so? Um, yeah, I think it is because it was just page 7 where she's talking about her birthday and the being suicidal. Maybe no, it's a different day because um, then they had to like escape, right? Yeah, because then it goes into the whole crumbling of the underworld and then having to escape. So yeah, it's totally a different day. But like I said, that's probably what life felt like to her. It all felt like the same effing day. Oh my gosh, how terrible. Yeah, so it's not her birthday, but still, it doesn't matter. It's still just horrible. And yeah. Um, Where was I? Is this where I was? Okay, I finished page 10, being raped by a scary man repeatedly. Okay, top of page 11. Starting my day with a few of the supplied oxytocin and a Bloody Mary made by the live-in house chef, having 2 celery sticks for my breakfast. I wanted to lie about the pool and forget the world. Ron hated tan lines, so to be caught with a bikini top on was a big no-no in his rule book. But after my cries to stop were so blatantly ignored last night, I was out to piss him off, so I didn't remove my shirt. I put on my headphones, and before I knew it, had fallen into a deep slumber from my self-made therapeutic cocktail. The only way I knew how to cope with the emotional turmoil on the inside. Desperate to hear his voice, I called my friend TJ a few more times that week. I needed to feel like someone out there really knew me. Sometimes we would just chat like old friends with no care in the world and laugh at a distant memory from too long ago. Then would come the goodbye part of the conversation, and we would both get teary eyed, not knowing what could happen next or if this would even be the last time we ever spoke to each other again. My biggest fear came to reality when I was in our bedroom one afternoon, just lounging around out of boredom. Ron came bursting in through the door, red as a tomato. I couldn't help but feeling I was in big trouble. His face was distorted and raging towards me. I knew right away he must have found out that I was calling TJ, but how, I had no idea. I had always tried to be as invisible as possible. Soon, soon enough, it was all explained. Are you trying to get me caught? You're nothing but a stupid girl. You know that? What am I supposed to do with you? He was tearing up the room while his rants gave me something else to think about. What would he do with me if he had no use for me any longer? I wasn't even thinking about him being caught for soliciting illegal immigrants for the purpose of prostitution. I was more worried that he would be upset at the fact I was talking to another guy. Maybe even jealous that he was at least my age. I replied with simple sentences that I could manage to get out. I replied with simple sentences that I could manage to get out between all the shouting. I kept saying I'm sorry and put my head down in shame. He picked me up by my throat, pinning me against the wall. You're going away, far, far away from me, and you better be nicer to the next man I send you to. I've heard he's not as nice as most would like. Are you effing hearing me, biatch? I slid down the wall, choking on the first air entering my lungs, breathless and terrified. I never thought Ron was a nice guy, but I had never seen him lose it this bad. Now I was being sent. Now I was being sent. This is funny the way I'll just read it the way she wrote it. Now I was being sent me away to another stranger, another man. It only terrified me more. We know what she meant. The girls came in to say their goodbyes. All of them are crying and asking me in their best English language why I had to call someone and lose everything. I was able to find out through the broken sobs of them that the confession came from the housekeeper who said she saw me use the room regularly but was never messed up. So Ron looked at the recent telephone bills and found the same number dialed from that room consecutively. He knew it was me right away. I'm going to have another drink. Back in those days, the phone bill would show all the calls made from that number. Right. This is like 1997, back in the olden days. Like, I didn't get my first cell phone until around the year 2000, I think. I kind of waited. I didn't really want one. I was afraid it would cause brain cancer. Late as always, DYI Drea. Thank you. Thank you. Keep up the great work. Happy Friday. This is a lot of work. I'm going to try to read the whole thing. We're only on page 12. I want to try to get to at least page 85 tonight. We'll see what happens. I do need to keep looking up so my eyes don't bug out. And drinking my smoothie. So, like, I'm sure I'll have to take a few bathroom breaks, but I've got water, I've got coffee, I've got my smoothie. And my smoothie is so good. It's a peach smoothie with yogurt and greens and rose, like ground up dried rose. So it's a peach rose greens yogurt smoothie. It's really good. Let's see. It'll keep me going. So where was I? Um, I think this is where I was. I was the bottom of page 11. I was able to find out through the broken sobs off of them that the confession came from the housekeeper, who said she saw me use the room regularly but was never messed up. Ron looked at the recent telephone bills and found the same number dialed from that room consecutively. He knew it was me right away. At least he didn't know it was another guy. I thought to myself, or I probably wouldn't have made it out of there alive. Okay, she was saying goodbye to the other girls. You're awesome. Thank you, Annabise. I would make you one if I could. But yeah, the ground up rose, I was going to show the jar of that because it is so good. I'd never had it before. It's supposed to be like a heart opener. So let's see. She was saying goodbye. Ron came back to usher the girls out of my room and told me I had 5 minutes to pack my clothes, which he made clear were to be my only belongings to take with me. He washed his hands clean of me that day, or so he thought. The driver came knocking at my door, just as Ron said. No longer than 5 minutes that he had offered me, and he took my single bag to the car. I didn't want all the jewelry, music, or books that he so caringly bought me as tokens of his twisted affection. Only taking my clothes and a wad of $100 bills I had been saving. I slit a hole in my scrunchie, inserting my cash for a rainy day that I was more than sure was just around the corner. She is clever, very clever. We drove for hours until I started seeing familiar surroundings. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was back in Miami, but not on the beaches, somewhere in the CBD this time. The driver delivered me to the front door with my one bag and waited at the door with me. Now I knew how it felt to be a puppy picked from the litter as you can only hope your next owner would treat you with some sort of kindness. Another balding man answered the door, but he wasn't so grotesquely fat like Ron, but still a new owner at that. He looked up he looked me up and down and seemed amused as he snickered to himself. With one last look to the driver over my shoulder, it was almost an appeal to him for some way to help me. I knew he couldn't, anyways. I was just hoping. He told me his name was Charlie, but didn't even bother asking me for mine. I was sure Ron already filled in all the details when he arranged this. Charlie picked up my bag and led me into his bachelor pad townhouse. I was never given a welcoming tour of my new residence or made to feel comfortable. He walked me up the stairs and opened one of the doors in the hallway, telling me this would be my room. He showed me into it and told me to wait. He would be back shortly. I sat on the bed, afraid to touch anything after the warning Ron gave me. I knew I had to watch my step around here. I put my head down onto the pillows, um, where my world was falling apart, and let my emotions downpour. Exhausted from the day's emotional turmoil, I ended up falling asleep. I didn't even know if he ever came in at all that night. The next morning, I looked out the window to see my new surroundings. It was a beautiful sunny day outside, unlike the dreary cell I was locked away inside of. Feeling the sun warm up my face through the glass, it radiated a familiar sense of comfort from the days of the good parts of my childhood. I reminisced how it had used to be before all of my life turned upside down, before all of the fights with my family, before I had to look after myself, and before I was a slave to men. Those days were too long gone now. I'm really slouching in this chair. I should probably sit up so I don't fall asleep. I'm like getting lower and lower. Let's see. Those days were too long gone now. With too many hard times passing me by, it seems surreal to think that life had ever even existed in the first place. With that thought, I shook myself out of reminiscing that way. Whatever was going to happen was out of my control now. I just had to give myself some hope that I would have the strength to get myself out of these circumstances before anything really bad happened. It can only good happen. Remember that? Who said that recently? Nothing bad could happen. It can only good happen. I put a meme of that in my community feed that you should check out if you haven't seen it yet. It's a if you're not familiar, probably most everybody is. It's a meme from The Office with the Trump thing. Nothing bad can ever happen. It can only good happen. And then what does the guy say? Why use more word when few do trick? Okay, here we go. Chapter 2. Get serious. The house was quiet, so I just assumed Charlie was still asleep. I decided to get cleaned up and have a shower. Not even a knock on the door when Charlie walked in with ease. Typical, I thought. It was an easy way for Charlie to break the ice. You really are as beautiful as Ron said as he opened the curtain. watching me rinse myself in the shower and me knowing I had no way out of this except to go along with whatever he wanted. I just looked down at the mention of Ron's name, wondering what else he had told Charlie about me, realizing later that he wouldn't have said anything anyway, in fear I would have been a damaged product that wouldn't make him the money that young girls go for. Just sat on the side of the vanity top and continued to take observations of me standing submerged under the falling water. I avoided looking at him and let him do all the talking. After all, I knew what I had to say was of no importance. That is, if he was anything like Ron. Between the water beating down over my head, I could slightly hear him ramble on about some club and restaurant he owned in Fort Lauderdale. He said he was going to take me shopping for some club outfits and we would party together tonight. As if I was supposed to be excited over this so called treat of his. I looked up and gave him a quick smile, adding a compliant nod, and turned my attention to turning off the faucets and quickly grabbing my towel. I was falling so far from who I used to be, shying away from my outgoing personality to a quiet girl that didn't even recognize herself in the mirror anymore. I dried myself off and looked at the man standing between the doorway and me. He was still watching me with a sleazy look on his face, but now proceeded to move in my direction. Arms wide open, he embraced me, running his hands up around my youthful curves, licking my neck and earlobes. Then his large rough hands cupped my small breasts and continued downward to feel in between my legs. I knew what I had to do to get this over and done with as quick as possible, but I was dreading this moment from the second he greeted me at the door last night. I fell to my knees and gave in to his demented perversions. Thankfully, it didn't last long before he climaxed and I was allowed to get myself dressed and ready to go out. I I was nothing but money well spent in his mind. This was another extremely wealthy man with a completely new set of wants and needs. Asking a 14-year-old girl to affectionately dote on sexual desires to a man in his late 40s. I really hated myself, these men, and just about everything my life had boiled up to this point. But I knew from a young age that to survive in this world, I would have to do many things I would not willingly choose to. At the shops, he decided he would choose the clothes he paid for, which I might as well have been declared a teenage prostitute. Just like Ron, he also liked it that way. The more degrading he was to me only proved his ownership of my body. He bought me tiny cocktail dresses and skimpy outfits, which I thought closely resembled the lingerie he'd also bought for me to wear for him. I noticed that day that he enjoyed parading me around the shopping mall and out for lunch at Hooters, even joking with the waitress that he'd like to buy her uniform because he thought it would look sexy on his new girlfriend. We arrived at his two-in-one restaurant and club at around 9 o'clock in the evening. It was a revolving tower called Hot Chocolates in downtown Fort Lauderdale. The food was delicious, and for the first time since being with Ron, I ordered a hefty meal with steak and mashed potatoes with a scrumptious gravy smothered on top. Charlie ordered strong cocktails for both of us. And before I knew it, my head was spinning and we were on the dance floor together. The music blared in my head and the rhythm of my body took over, completely forgetting about even dancing with Charlie and not letting the music take a hold and work its magic. It didn't do me any justice, though, as Charlie watched me, imagining what pleasures lay in store for him later on. Taking me home before the club had even closed. He just couldn't wait to indulge on exactly what he fantasized from beforehand. Once back at his townhouse, he led me up the stairs into his bedroom and pushed me down in the middle of his bed. The motions from the wavy mattress made me feel dizzy and feel even drunker when he lay on top of me, coming at me like a hungered beast wanting to ravage its next meal. It was intimidating as he entered into me. That's so gross. With a forceful thrust. He moaned out in delectable heaves. I looked away while he self indulged his own gratifying needs, using my body as his instrument in pleasure. I only grew stronger in my head, letting the hatred for men. I only grew stronger in my head, letting the hatred for men's desires intensify. The next 2 weeks, I was expected to be at Charlie's beck and call, never allowed to leave his side, even making me sleep in his bed from the second night onwards. I never even got the chance to call TJ again. It was too much of a risk anyway, thus pushing him farther out of my memory, too afraid of the emotional repercussions. He's in his late 40s, and the waitress didn't think it was weird that he introduced her as his girlfriend. It's the Hooters mentality. I know, Annabise. It's freaking nuts. And Miami. I mean, I've never lived in Miami, but having lived in Southern California, I could see it being like that. It was kind of weird like that sometimes in Southern California. Um, so a dog wants in, and I could almost use a bathroom break. Should I write on a piece of paper, be right back? I'll be quick. I'll be very quick. I just don't want all my papers to go flying. Hey, who's there? So, what am I turning the light out for? Okay, me back. Let me get my headphones on. Okay. Thank you for letting me have that break. I wanted to do that before it got to an emergency point, you know. It happens quickly at my age that it becomes like, I gotta go. But that was not like that. I kind of have the door open so that the dogs can come and go. Oh, thank you, Anna Bees. Jazz will be back in a moment. She's reading us from Virginia's memoir, or I believe. So, yes, this is her first memoir that she wrote roughly well over 10 years ago. So, like in the early 20 teens, probably somewhere around 2013, 2012. It was used as evidence in a few of her lawsuits that might have been around 2015. So it's more like a journal, but really it's like the rough draft of Nobody's Girl that just published 2 weeks ago. So it's nowhere as long as Nobody's Girl, but I am going to read you guys Nobody's Girl as an educational process after we get through this. We're definitely not going to get through this whole thing tonight. I'm hoping to get to page 85. We're only on page 15, so that's 70 pages. That's probably way too ambitious. I'll just see what we can do together. So I'm just going to keep powering through as much as I can. I think, did I just like take a break right at the end of that paragraph? I only grew stronger in my head, letting the hatred for men's desires intensify. Is that where I left off? Or I might be rereading a couple of paragraphs. The next 2 weeks, I was expected to be at Charlie's beck and call, never allowed to leave his side, even making me sleep in his bed from the second night onwards. I never even got the chance to call TJ again. Yeah, I did already read that. It was too much of a risk anyway, thus pushing him further out of my memory to afraid of the emotional repercussions. That's probably right where I left off, right? Yes. And we got the little baby girl here. Our typical routine was to wake up, to get showered and dressed, and I would put on my makeup while Charlie made his business calls for the day. He would leave the house mid-afternoon and run his errands, do some shopping, sometimes meeting with friends or business partners for lunch. None of the men he introduced me to seemed offended. I probably already read that part too, right? Seemed offended at his choice of adolescent eye candy. They'd just continue to chat away as if it was normal to be in public with his arms draped over a girl young enough to be his granddaughter, not too shy by giving me a flirty tap on the bottom or even try to kiss me. My last night was no different from every other night. We went shopping that day and out for lunch alone. Later, we headed to a club his friend had just launched, and it was his grand opening that night. The club was called Iguana Joe's. We met up with his friend and said our hellos. Both seemed so excited about the club, and Charlie was full of compliments all around. The club did have a line out the door which looked a mile long coming in. Luckily, we didn't have to use the front door. Charlie returned from the bar with two giant Long Island iced teas, which were his favorite drink to start with. And then we just sat for a while watching people dancing, occasionally conversing about passing thoughts. We danced for a while, having a few more drinks, and after about 2 hours, Charlie said he was ready to go home. What a daunting time to look forward to. He always liked to have a brief sexual encounter before drifting off to sleep with my naked body intertwined between his arms and legs. It was bad enough to have to entertain him at every given second of the day, but his grip on me was so stifling. I felt so choked I could hardly breathe, much less sleep. Eventually, my overworked mind would drift in and out of restless sleep, but constantly on edge. I thought many of nights of escaping, but where would I go? Would one of Ron's ever so connected informants find me and turn me into him to be disposed of for good? I just prayed that I wouldn't be another missing person to add to the list of girls found in the local ditches. I knew that's where I was headed if I screwed this up for Ron again. As if my guardian angel was there the whole time listening to my secret prayers, my rescue came. Coco's down here. um, let's see. Where was I? My rescue came. Where did that go? Yeah, my rescue came the next morning with an abrupt bursting through the bedroom door at about 6 a.m. Charlie and I were still laying in bed together, and his grip on me was still tight. The men, dressed in all black military gear, had large guns and helmets on. It was so frightening. At first, I couldn't even comprehend what was happening so rapidly. I thought Charlie could have been in some kind of trouble with a business friend he had done wrong to. But then one of the men in black shouted, "FBI, this is a raid. Get your hands on your head." In too much shock to move, three of the men grabbed Charlie and threw him to the floor and cuffed him. I sat up in bed with my sheets covering my naked body and watched as they dragged Charlie from the room. Still completely nude, he wasn't even allowed to get dressed. Another agent had to come back into the room to find him a pair of shorts. I could hear him screaming at the top of his lungs all the way outside. He was screaming, and the last thing I heard him yell was, "If you say anything, you know who will find you." I could hear more threats being yelled at me, but I couldn't make out what it was that he was saying. I was in total confusion. Hey, Coco. I was in total confusion and couldn't believe what was happening. There were so many uniformed agents. I felt so small compared to all of them, but they were all very kind and helped me out of bed, allowing me to remain covered up with the bed sheets so I could get dressed. The first decency I had been showed in a long time. It was an odd feeling to acknowledge. I knew the life I had come accustomed to for the last 6 months was now over. And in so many ways, I was relieved, but was also very nervous about what lay ahead of me. I excused myself to the bathroom to put some clothes on. Not having anything half decent like a normal pair of jeans and a t shirt, the best I could come up with was a metallic blue mini skirt and a tiny matching top that fell just below my breasts. Hardly clothing at all. It was more like scraps of cloth. Pulling my hair up in a tight bun with the scrunchie that held my $500 bills, I was led out of Charlie's townhouse for the very last time, starting my life over again. I wanted to leave behind my every memory belonging to these horrid times, only taking small sack, only taking a small sack containing my underwear, makeup bag, and a journal with me. The agents led me down the staircase, and my last visions of Charlie was bent over the hood of a police vehicle, still screaming and handcuffed. I slipped into the back seat of the car and was driven to Broward County Police Station, where the federal agents interviewed me about my entire whereabouts for the last 6 months. I was so scared of what Ron would do if I told the agents what really happened. But at the same token, I knew he'd most likely kill me anyway for being such a liability. Over the next few hours, I sat down and told the agents how Ron's business worked and what part I had to play to him. I was able to ask how they found out I was at Charlie's house, and they informed me that I was being followed all the way from Ocala, Florida, where Ron had me stowed away for the last 4 months. TJ, my friend, called my parents after our first phone call. And ever since then, the FBI were tapping the phone lines and recording every conversation. Completely unaware of TJ's caring act of deceit, I was in such shock that they had been tracking us for so long. I knew now, with or without my help, the FBI had enough on Ron to put him away for a very long time, if they could catch him, that is. Having so many crooked people working for you can be an advantage when you're in trouble, like having a pair of eyes in every city. Ron was somehow able to find out about Charlie's arrest and immediately deserted the country to avoid legal punishment. Not to mention the desecration of his esteemed clientele that the feds were now on to. I'm going to look up this guy, Ron Eppinger, real quick. I know I've looked him up a bunch, but I forget when he passed away, or even if he passed away, honestly. Ron Eppinger, Miami, Florida. Miami, Florida. Because there are a few Ron Eppingers. So there's the real estate professional, and then there's the convicted sex trafficker. He was, I'll read you what it says here on the AI. Convicted of trafficking and money laundering charges, sentenced to 21 months in prison in 2001 for recruiting Czech women into a prostitution ring with false promises of modeling work. Association with Virginia Giuffre. He is mentioned in the context of the Jeffrey Epstein case as Virginia Giuffre, an Epstein victim, stated in her memoir that she lived with and was abused by a sex trafficker named Ron Eppinger in Miami when she was a teenager. He reportedly ran a front business for international sex trafficking known as Perfect 10. Let's see. Convicted sex offender, date of birth, and date of death. He might not be deceased yet. We'll see. Oh, he did die. Okay. He passed away on November 8th, 2006 at the age of 70, and his date of birth was February 25th, 1936. Okay, good to know. So he passed away 2006, November 8th. I wonder if that had anything to do with little E getting in trouble right around that time, because they did know each other. They tried to say that they had no affiliation, but they did. I think it's I think Virginia writes about it in the Nobody's Girl. Okay. It's a little chilly in here. I'm just going to turn my fan off real quick. And it's just me and Coco in here, and you, Annabise, and one other. I don't know if that's DYI Drea still or someone else. But thanks for watching, and thanks for being here with me. Whether you're on the replay crew or here live, I appreciate. I want this information. I want us all to know this information. I think it's helpful to put the situation in the White House in perspective, because it's all connected. But I'm just going to try to stay focused and see how much I can power through this. Where was I? I think I was right here. Ron was somehow able to find out about Charlie's arrest and immediately deserted the country to avoid legal punishment. Not to mention the desecration of his esteemed clientele that the feds were now onto. See, it was probably the same clientele. That's probably the part of the connection, but there's more. I mean, these guys who could afford $1,000 an hour for and wanted, and they were pedos. Those would be the same clientele at Mar-a-Lago and New York and Lolita Express and the freaking Pedo Island and the rest of it. Okay. And the freaking teen beauty pageants. Let's keep going. And this is, there's, the feds are still protecting the same esteemed clientele right now today. Like, the jig is up, MFs. The jig is up. No more. Ron had so many countless charges put up against him. Eventually, when the FBI were able to track him down, they were able to have him arrested in Yugoslavia and extradited back to Miami. He was finally held accountable for being a pedo, soliciting women for prostitution, and running many illegitimate and illegal businesses. By the time the FBI caught him, he was in his mid-70s when he died of old age, serving his second year prison for a lengthy sentence. Well, yeah. See, it said on the AI that he was 70, but it says, she says here mid-70s. She's probably more accurate than AI, would be my guess, but you never know. Because yeah, he was born in 1933, I think it said, and then if he passed away in 06, that would have made him 73, right? He was born in 1936. Okay, so he was 70. So this is right, and she's incorrect. Let's see, where was I? But yeah, I wonder what he passed away from. I wonder if he was Epstein, basically, because he was in jail. And yeah, he probably was Epstein because of the list of the clientele that he had in his brain, you know. Same reason that Virginia's not around anymore, in my opinion. Okay. I'm going to reread that sentence. By the time the FBI caught him, he was in his mid-70s when he died of old age. You don't die of old age at 70. That's hilarious. Funny, not funny. Died of old age, serving his second year prison for a lengthy sentence. I'm just trying to like track the years because The math ain't mathin', but that's okay. It's hard for people to get their years right. And then some of it's unintentional, and then some of it is fuzzy math intentional. Anyway, here we go. Um, and it says in prison for a lengthy sentence. I thought he was only sentenced to 6 years, but maybe it was more. Um, okay. Serving his second year prison for a lengthy sentence. Coincidentally, I was told of his punishment and death many years later by one of the same FBI agents that had rescued me from Charlie's arms. I was taken out of the interrogation room after the interview was over with and told to sit at one of the officers' desk while I was waiting for someone to pick me up. Uncertain of who that someone would be, I assumed it would be someone from the Juvenile Delinquents Division to take me back to some state-operated lockdown facility. Not the nicest of places to call home, but I had no choice in this matter. Sitting back in the revolving chair, I was twirling out of boredom and listening to the roaming conversations within the office. I pondered in fearful anticipation of the dreadful places that lay in store for me. Having spent a lot of my adolescence in these kinds of places for the sheer factor that my mother said I was out of control and unable to be handled by 11 years old. There was plenty of just reason for me to be so scared of those places. What I knew lay in store for me were constant fights between rough girls being settled with violent raids. Then out came the pepper spray, and then the strip searches, and worst of all, no sunlight. It didn't matter if you were a quiet, shy girl that didn't belong there. When there was a fight, which was and could be like a few times a week, every person in the room was considered a threat and were treated like a violent criminal. I hated those places and the memories they gave me. That's why I always ended up back in the streets. No child or even a juvenile should have to be subject to such unreasonable force and neglect. Some of the girls were so used to being subdued to this kind of treatment. And see, again, she means subjected to this kind of treatment. Their whole life, they ended up repeating the same attributes as the people who initially hurt them in the first place. One very sad girl, I'll never forget her, had a father who had been a heroin junkie and decided to play Russian roulette with some of his addict friends, and by fate or chance took a bullet straight through his brain, killing him instantly. Her mother, being a heroin addict herself, spiraled downward after his death and gave her 4-year-old child to her aging grandmother that eventually had to put my 12-year-old friend in this dire circumstance. I can only have the highest hopes for her today, but unfortunately for most girls that have been victimized by society, aren't able to ever stop being a victim for the rest of their lives or go on to make other people victims themselves. A sad and unfortunate fate for so many innocent. And it happens so much more than anyone would rather admit to, instead of just trying to find a solution. Chapter 3. I watched a few videos last night, and unfortunately, I can't remember what channels. Nothing I usually listen to, but there was one that was saying your same exact words about the e-files and saying everything going on is a distraction. Yeah, I've seen a couple of channels that are saying that, what I've been saying for a long time. And I'm so glad that people are saying it. And some of the channels that are saying it are pretty big. Like the whole like Midas Touch, Keith Edwards, and Luke Beasley, Adam Mockler, Jack Cucciarella, the I've Had It girls, and others that I can't think of off the top of my head. Legal AF, Occupy Democrats, all of those channels are not losing focus on the e-files. And I don't think anybody's losing focus on the e-files. Even the ones that aren't talking about it, I think it's still on the back burner. But for a lot of us, it never left the front burner. Granny Annie, hello. How's it going? All right. So I'm reading Virginia Giuffre's first. Let's see. It's funny because it says confidential on it, but it's not confidential anymore. It was confidential until it became public information after a few of her trials, because it was used as evidence in those trials. So it wasn't published prior to that, but then it was only published as a document that was used as a piece of evidence in the trials. But you can find a link to it in the description of the last couple of videos that I did, or if you go back like 2 or 3 videos, but I'll put a link to it in this description of this video too. If and when I'm ever done, I'm on a reading marathon, Annie. I'm trying to read like another 65 pages tonight, so I better get cracking. Chapter 3, page 18. Hours later, I was still twirling myself in the same office chair when I spun around to see my father walking in my direction. I nearly fell off my seat at the sight of him. Gripping the chair handles, I couldn't imagine what in the world I would say to the man I once used to call Daddy, but now hated for the abandonment and unforgiving wounds he instilled inside of me. He contemplated putting his arms out to hold me, but instead anger and shame took over, and he just shook his head. I never saw my dad cry until that day, and I have to say it made me feel young again and sad I had disappointed my parents again. The agents now standing beside us led both of us back together into the interrogation room to retell my journey to my father, who they said I had no choice to tell, or they would have to tell him for me. Being I was an underage minor and Ron violated the statutory rape law, among many others, when he took me back to his apartment and kept me as his sex slave. My dad couldn't believe what he was hearing, and for his lack of better choice in words, asked me to stop talking. He was just happy to know I was alive. Like everyone I'd known in life, they would rather brush it under the carpet and not deal with the pain rather than realizing sooner or later it all comes out sometime in our life, even if it transgresses into our future, then becomes what we are willing to accept out of partners, work, and people in general. Simply saying, in other words, that with words, that in other ways than with words, that our bad decisions befall our tragedies later on in life. The next discussion was led to where I would go from here. Before anyone could put his or her suggestion forward, I leapt in with my 2 bits and made it obviously clear to my dad that if I was sent away, to another lockdown facility. And if he betrayed my trust again, he would never see me again. I would disappear for good this time. And for all he would know, I could be dead in no time in the streets. He looked at me, and for the first time in my life, he saw the many years I'd grown up in the time I was gone, and heard the seriousness in the tone of my voice when I made my vow to him. He put his head in his hands and told me the bad news. My mom didn't want me to come home, and she was making his life hell for even suggesting bringing me back into their lives. I, for some reason, threatened her lifestyle and drove her crazy. I had been surprised about a lot of things lately, but not that one. The last time I saw my mom, she ever so carefully lied to me and told me she was bringing me to an eye doctor for an infection. Instead, we walked into this tall blue building with people in uniforms holding clipboards and a few muscly guards. I'm like, muscly? Because it's spelled she's misspelled it, Muscly. A few muscly guards. She ushered me inside and hurried up to close the large auto lock doors behind her, leaving me there alone and imprisoned, which is what led me to recently living on the streets. I'm going to reread that last sentence. Instead, we walked into this tall blue building with people in uniforms holding clipboards and a few muscly guards. She ushered me inside and hurried up to close the large auto lock doors behind her, leaving me there alone and imprisoned, which is what led me to recently living on the streets. My life was hell as long as she was in control of it. So when she didn't want me back at home, I was fine with that too. But there had to be somewhere else I could go. My dad said he had no choice but to put me back into the facility. But he made a sincere promise that he would not take any longer than a week to try to find a place for me to stay and go to school. A week I could deal with, but I was still unsure if I could trust my father and hold him at his word. But yet again, I had no choice. Being my legal guardian, he could send me anywhere he wanted, and there would be nothing I could do except for running away. I gave in, and before he left the officers to take me back to the facility I had run from, I gave him one last hug and reminded him, 1 week and I'm gone. Nodding his head and squeezing his arms tighter around me, I could only hope he meant it. But he didn't look too optimistic. In the police car on the way back to the facility, they had to handcuff me in case I ran again. But I had no intentions to anyway. I was going to give my dad the week before I began to search for the right opportunity to. It's so funny. It says the right opportunity to jolt again. I'm pretty sure she meant bolt, but that's all right. I was like a ghost come back, said so many of my girlfriends from the past, and there was now a lot of new faces there too. At night, when we were all in bed and supposed to be sleeping, I would daydream of better days and imagine myself somewhere in a comfortable bed, actually enjoying life for a change. A week went by in this facility, spending most of my days locked up in what they called the white room, a bare room with concrete flooring, no toilet, or even a chair to sit on. The only comfort I had was the blue sweater that was provided as part of the uniform, and my hair scrunchie filled with my stowed away cash that no one had found during my unpleasant strip searches. Ah, things in my way. Mom checked her into that house. I hate it when that happens. That's a story we won't tell on YouTube. Nut House 5150 held without permission. That's what I meant by my ass. I used to do the 5150 evaluations, Annie. I worked in a psychiatric facility in the Bay Area with people who'd been 5150'd, and then up in Seattle, I did the 5150 assessments. They didn't call them 5150s up there. That's a California thing. Like in Florida, it's called being Baker acted. Danger to self and others due to a mental disorder. Sorry, was talking text, but mental stay, aka gaslighting, in my opinion. A schizophrenic attacked me twice at my hospital. Oh, dang. I'm so sorry. That's no fun. Okay. Here I am. I think a week went by in this facility, spending most of my days locked up in what they called the white room, a bare room with concrete flooring. Yeah, I read that part. No toilet or even a chair to sit on. The only comfort I had was the blue sweater that was provided as part of the uniform and my hair scrunchie. Right, I read all that, but I'll finish that sentence. My hair scrunchie filled with my stowed away cash that no one had found during my unpleasant strip searches. I would spend hours in the white room for objecting to their conformity and unwilling to participate in their drilling regime. I didn't feel like I owed any explanation to these people, even when they brought a psychologist in to speak with me. What was the point when I would be gone any day now? And as if any of these people even cared in the first place, I was just another number in the system and they had a job to do. There was one mega bitch female guard named Evelyn, and she used to either really like you or really hate you. And God forbid you were one of the unfortunates she didn't like. She'd make your entire stay there an agonizing nightmare. Constantly picking on girls who were not strong enough to cope with their predicament or past issues. She'd stand them up and publicly humiliate them, even when they begged her evil. Even when they begged her through their sobs to let them sit down, she'd only torment them worse, which only made the strong girls want to antagonize the fragile ones with more malicious intent. Luckily, when I had previously been there, she didn't take much notice of me. But I stayed out of harm's way with her, just being quiet and observant. I'm going to move one of these lights because it's kind of right in my face. And I don't know if that makes any difference to you guys. I'm just going to leave it like that. Okay. It was just kind of glaring with my glasses and stuff. I got to be more careful when I take a stop point. Where was I? The white room, a bare room with concrete flooring, no toilet or even a chair to sit on. I already read all that. The blue sweater. Where was I? Help. I'm glad it looks fine. Okay, where does that say? RSD makes sharp pains. I marked with marker for doc to see WTF 3 days no sleep because of pain. But she hadn't done anything wrong. I don't understand how her parents were able to have her committed. I guess just for being a problem child. But they weren't willing to take her, and so they had to come up with some solution. Um, so I think for being a runaway, that was her crime. Upon leaving, they told me to stay away from the guy that told docs I needed to be there, aka narcissist, sociopath. So sorry you went through that, Annie. It looks fine. You're talking about the light. Anna, bad people can be convincing. Mine was battalion chief for large fire department. I just now cleared an infection from his cheating, aka huge pain in bed since '09. Dang, girl, you're strong. You've been through a lot. Um, did I read this sentence? Luckily, when I had previously been there, she didn't take much notice of me, but I stayed out of harm's way with her, just being quiet and observant. Being back here seemed like an eternity while I held my end of the bargain, but unfortunately, my father didn't. The first chance I saw to run, I took it. I was being sent to go get my blood and urine taken for drug and disease analysis. My driver would be a volunteer from the community, and it was the perfect getaway for me. I was brought from the white um, solitaire room, solitary, yeah, they call it solitary, um, and led into the bright sun, feeling like today, excuse me, would be favorable in my escape. We got to the doctor's office. My whereabouts told me I had plenty of ways to run, and I scouted out the best looking route. My plan was to barge through the volunteers' inexperienced grip and wiggle my way out if needed, then hit the asphalt, running until my legs couldn't carry me any further. Playing it out in my mind felt different to the anticipation that led up to actually doing it. The inner strength I had was the only thing going to help me in this circumstance, and the money in her scrunchie. We arrived in the parking lot, and I hadn't said a word to him the entire drive. The small framed Spanish man tried to make pleasant conversation, but I couldn't see him as anything but a challenge, so I kept quiet instead, ignoring his humorous attempts to befriend me. The car pulled to a stop, and he came around the side to unlock my door. That was it. Here we go, I told myself, and pushed past the volunteer. His arms grabbed out at me, but only caught me by my shirt. He didn't even put up much of a struggle, like some of the other trained ones I had gotten before. They would put me into body locks and all sorts, but he just tore at the collar of my shirt, letting me break free. I had done this many times before, so I knew I wasn't gone yet. I had to first get out of these clothes. The cops would be looking for someone of my description in that area with a blue shirt and khaki pants, so my first stop was a busy shopping complex. I took the money from my scrunchie and bought myself a pair of jeans, a shirt, um, a sweater for disguise, and my next step was Dunkin' Donuts to get a chocolate iced donut and a cup of coffee. I didn't have doubts about getting out of the facility, but I wasn't expecting it to be so easy this time. My past excursions all began with an abrupt struggle, sometimes ending in a brutal state of affairs after being pepper sprayed and fastened into some painful lock by forceful men 4 times my size, then tossed into solitary until I saw my next chance to desert. I got to know the guards really well, as I spent a lot of my time being dragged down to the White Room by them. There was Jim, a large black man who could have doubled for Miami Dolphins defensive linebacker. John was another big man with a ponytail and a mustache, and he looked like someone who definitely owned a Harley. The last guy, Scott, had a smaller build but made up for it with his steroid injected muscles bulging out of his neck, and there was the added height from his curly fro. When they weren't restraining me and holding me captive in solitaire, they were actually pretty nice guys, not afraid to have a laugh after some explosive incident, and I held no contempt towards them either. They were just doing their jobs. It was deja vu all over again. Let's see. Annie, I guess I am shocked sometimes how parents or your supposed loved one can just do it. Why what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm very strong. Live a better life. I think he's in a wheelchair now. I'm glad you got away. Yeah, I agree, Annie. What doesn't kill you does make you stronger. Definitely. Sorry, my bra strap is showing. Oh no. Remember back in the old days when that was like the worst thing in the world? Now nobody cares. I couldn't believe it when the style was to actually show your bra straps. When that changed, what was that, like the 90s or something? Where you'd buy like a cute bra that was like striped so that you could show it. That was fun, but I literally like couldn't believe it at first. I was just like, people are trying to show their bras. Okay. Remember back in the day, if your slip showed, you might as well like just blown your own brains out. Now nobody cares if your slip shows. Who wears a slip, right? Okay. Where was I? The deja vu all over again. Free at last, but where would I go now with Ron? Wait till you guys get to this. I'm finally at the page that I've been trying to get to all day. Free at last, where I would go now with Ron's scouts on the lookout for me. And now the authorities being notified I was a runaway again. Dang, she's got everyone after her. I would have a lot of people searching for me, so I knew I had to be careful where I went. See, she was already on little E and little T's radar, in my humble conspiracy theory opinion, allegedly. You know, because she was a hot little number, and she was feisty, and she was needy, she was vulnerable, she was so young and so tiny, and so sexually experienced and so inexperienced at normal life. I knew I had to be careful where I went. My last stop before leaving the shopping center was to use a payphone to call my parents. My dad answered, completely surprised to hear me at the other end. I wanted to sarcastically thank him for breaking his promise to me, and I hope he is happy now. He just lost his daughter for good. I stopped to listen to what he was trying to say, and he told me, I was getting you out in a few days. I found you somebody to stay with. She's a good person. who has got teenagers your age. I was just trying to convince your mother to sign the papers to get you out of there. I was so outraged at her ability to put her own wants before the needs of her own flesh and blood daughter. I told him to come pick me up and bring me to the house so I could speak with her for the first time in over a year. But if I felt threatened for 1 second, I will be on my way quicker than a blink of the eye and on my own for good. He wasn't overjoyed at my proposition, knowing what position this put him in as her husband, but as my father, he decided to put me first for once and take me home to confront my mother. I arrived at my house for the first time in a long time, and everything looked different. My parents refurnished, and renovated the house. I didn't even have a room anymore. My old belongings and bed were removed, and it was now the office. Of course, my mom didn't meet me at the gate or the front door like her long lost offspring reunited. No, instead, she waited for me to come find her out back smoking cigarettes. Oh, excuse me. Oh no, I can't be getting tired. I'm only on page 22. Um, Smoking cigarettes and having a beer. She stood up from her seat, and I do have coffee. I might need to drink it. Aha. Better get started. Um, 1 sec. Oh my goodness, it's leaking all over me, this dumb cup. If I just take off the lid, I think I'll be all right. It's so annoying when they leak like that. Oh, but it's a really good iced coffee. It's perfect. Just quit leaking on me, stupid cup of coffee. And sorry, I keep bonking it on here. Let me move that. I'm so proud of myself being all prepared with my coffee, my smoothie, my water. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm trying to get to this part that is mind blowing. I'm almost there. I think I'm like one paragraph away. Let me stay caught up with you. Yes, I remember. Yes, my daughter would wear a shirt showing her bra straps. We use safety pins, etc. Oh, that's hilarious. The way we would use safety pins. Anna, now I share my story so that other women know they can have a great life if they just get away. I have had a great life from bed. I suppose loved one was nasty kinky, and I found the toys, so I think he had to sabotage me besides the infection he brought home. That's terrible, Annie. I hate when that happens. Yeah. Oops. It's the good looking ones have the gift of gab. Jazz's dad was the same. It sounds like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So here we are. We're like, and just so you guys know, I was so good. I reused the paper, because this 139 pages, so it was like 70 sheets of paper, and I'd already used 55 pages trying to print it before when it ran out of paper, and it was printing it backwards, so it printed page 85 up to 139 since it starts at the back like me. Anyway, so when I printed it, it printed it 2 pages per sheet, which made it harder to read, but I'm doing all right. You know, it's like the tiny letters. Like that would be such a breeze to read. Once I get up to 85, I can read the larger print but I don't think I'll be getting past 85 tonight if I even get to that. We shall see. Where was I? Um, the parents refurnished and renovated the house. I didn't even have a room anymore. My old belongings and bed were removed, and it was now the office. Of course, my mom didn't meet me at the gate or the front door like her long lost offspring reunited. No, instead, she waited for me to come find her out back smoking cigarettes and having a beer. That's right where I was, right? She stood up from her seat and squinted her eyes, loathing in her hatred. She coldly slapped me hard in the face. The slap stung, but I matched her look with a familiar stone coldness that only she could understand. Immediately, we both started to cry, and we washed away our anguish and resentment through our tears and consolidated our feelings for the first time since the chaos first affected our lives. She didn't want to know much of my whereabouts, and she still had a lot of anger to get over, but she asked me to stay home at least. This is when she moves back in. I think. Um, Annie asks, were her parents being paid by the people borrowing her? Is that why the parents gave up? Didn't want her because she wouldn't perform? Um, I think that's a really good question, Annie. Really good question. Um, I think it's quite likely that Ron Eppinger could have paid off her dad. I'm not saying that that happened because I don't even know that there was any connection at all. But because yeah, like her friend said, they hired a private eye, so maybe they found her and then they were offered an offer they couldn't refuse. Who knows? It's so twisted. Let's see, where am I? The crying, the through our tears consolidated our feelings for the first time since the chaos first affected our lives. She didn't want to know much of my whereabouts, and she still had a lot of anger to get over, but she asked me to stay home at least. That's where I was. My little brother ran through the back door and hugged me so tight. I started to cry again and was saddened by how much time I had missed this time. I had lost just hanging out with my brothers, and it took me even longer to realize how precious time really is. We were never going to be the average Joe's next door, but at least this was better than nothing. I loved being with my family again. We had barbecues and bonfires with each other, and life began to slowly piece back together. It was bizarre how normal it was when I first got home. I turned 15 that year, and it was the exact cup of tea that I had needed to boost me up and get me on the right track. I turned 15 that year, so listen up. I decided to go to school to acquire my GED and got a summer job at my with my dad at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's exclusive country club in Palm Beach, surrounded by lush acres of tropical landscapes, manicured gardens, and a mansion made into a beach club for the rich and famous. It is known as the Jewel of Palm Beach. I was in sheer awe of the gold arch ceilings and the grandeur ballrooms. The spa where I worked was world class, not only oozing in style, but in the way each and every clientele was treated with the utmost service. My focus was now set on becoming a massage therapist and working my way into a luxurious spa like the one I worked for now. Only I was a locker room attendant there. So she started working at Mar-a-Lago the year that she turned 15. So I don't think she had turned 15 yet because she got the summer job at Mar-a-Lago and her birthday is the end of summer because it's the same day as mine, August 9th. So I think she was 14 when she started working there. I think she was 14 because it's in a couple of pages where Jiz and Little E swoop in. 14. I'll reread that. I turned 15 that year, and it was the exact cup of tea that I had needed to boost me up and get me on the right track. I decided to get my GED and got a summer job with my dad at Mar-a-Lago. Um, I feel like Jen Soda was used by her family member, and that's why she didn't see it wrong to sell Maddie, in my opinion. Wow, Granny Annie. I did not follow that case very closely. I wouldn't even say I followed that case. I mean, I couldn't help but learn some about it, but yeah, I can see that from what I know about it. I mostly only followed it because of Ninja True Crime, but that case just made me sick to my stomach, you know. I'm sure it made everybody sick to their stomach. But here we go. Um, my focus on becoming a massage therapist and working my way into a luxurious spa like the one I worked for now, only I was a locker room attendant there. I studied many books about the anatomy of the human body and how you can affect a person's well being and health for the better through a simple healing touch. It was amazing, which is so ironic and poetic and beautiful that she wanted the healing touch because it was all of the abusive touching that destroyed her. Okay. I was more than just interested. I was determined to become a therapist. It was one of those anatomy books that I had my nose buried in one afternoon on a quiet Tuesday, and it could get pretty lonely in the locker room. So if I weren't busy, I'd sit outside by the spa's reception and read my books in the warmth of the Florida sun. A lovely looking woman in her late 30s who spoke with a proper English accent approached me. She's still 14. She's still 14. I assumed it was a general question like, where's the ladies' room, or was that famous model from so and so? But she was more interested in the book I was reading. Only believing at first we were just making small talk, she was really intrigued at my choice of reading. And see, I think she'd already got the deets on Virginia. I think she went looking for her. She knew what she was looking for. She knew who she was looking for. I think her friend Donnie might have given her a call. That's what I think. That's what I think. She then asked if I did massage on the side. I stated I was only reading the book and had not yet begun to study, but one day I would love to practice massage therapy. She introduced herself as Ghislaine Maxwell. I would later find out that she was the daughter of the late prominent businessman and disgraced newspaper tycoon Robert Maxwell. I told her my name is Jenna, pointing to my name tag on my shirt, and offered her a cold or hot beverage, as those were my instructed duties at work. She accepted a tea and went on to chat a bit about this rich guy that she worked for. And she knew offhand that he was looking for a massage therapist, just doing me a good deed out of her kindness of her heart. I'm sure she offered to introduce me to him. Just doing me a good deed out of the kindness of her own heart, I'm sure. She offered to introduce me to him. Um, I usually don't follow cut and dry, obvious title. Um, you must be doing voice to text, maybe essay. But the mom getting away with this infuriates me, so I don't hesitate to keep talking. Wait, didn't Virginia say she was essayed by her father? Yes, she did say that in her. I don't think she says that in here. She says it in the book that was published 2 weeks ago. The everybody's no nobody's girl. Um, yeah. So yeah, she finally lets people know that it was her dad. Because for the longest time she told people it was a family friend. But her dad did loan her to his friend after a few years. So when they were both abusing her, that's when she ran away when she was 11. So she accepted an iced tea, rich guy. She offered to introduce me to him. I declined her first proposition, thinking out loud, told her I didn't know the body well enough to even attempt an interview. She didn't seem worried at all by my fear of incompetence, saying if he liked me enough, he would get me the best training in the industry. Jiz thought I had a cheery persona and fit the quota for what he was looking for. Yeah, it is so awful. Um, and as she put it, an enthusiastic learner that she said she gathered from the sticky notes popping out of the various sections in my book. I accepted her phone number and the house address and told her I will call her if I'm able to come over after work. I rushed over to the tennis courts where my dad was working and told him of the news. We both thought this could be a wonderful opportunity to get my accreditation. And at some point, little E did pay her dad, just so you know. Put that in right here. So maybe her dad was the one who let Jiz know to come and swoop in on her daughter. But I'll just keep reading. I'm sure that this whole, we still have another 110 pages to go. It's going to answer a lot of questions. And anything that's in those Epstein files that aren't being released, a lot of that's in here. A lot of that is in here, but I think that the e-files are even worse than what's in here. I think this is the cleaned up version from a naive victim who didn't know a lot of what was going on. There was a lot more going on than what she knew of. Let's see. One survivor. I don't want to call her a victim. I want to call her a survivor. I mean, she was a victim, but she's no longer a survivor. Damn it. Grr. Now she's a victim. She was a survivor. Okay, now I'm talking in circles. I accepted the phone number, blah, blah, blah. I rushed over the tennis courts. We both thought this could be a wonderful opportunity to get my accreditation in massage therapy. Seeing that it was a lady in her late 30s who came off as more of a nurturer rather than a procurer, neither of us saw any reason to be hesitant. But I have no doubt that somebody let Jiz know to go look for her. I have no doubt. Because Jiz was quite the businesswoman. She wasn't just like meandering around. Well, although that is what she did. I take that back. Okay. Keep reading. Quit assuming. Keep reading. At chapter 4, we're at the bottom of 23. At around 5 p.m., my dad drove me down to the bottom of El Brio Way on the Palm Beach Intercoastal. We pulled into a short driveway beckoning a large pink mansion with heavy wooden doors. I was so excited about this chance and asked my dad to wish me luck. He gave me a big squeeze and wished me the best. He walked me to the front door and I rung the door chime. Moments later, we were greeted by an older gentleman dressed in a casual butler uniform. I told him I was here to meet Ms. Maxwell for a massage trial, and he opened the doors for my father and I, telling us to wait in the entry as Ms. Maxwell would be on her way any second, and she was. Down the stairs, she walked with a warm smile, her short black hair seeming very proper and elegant for now. She shook my father's hand and thanked him for bringing me and kissed us both on the cheeks. They spoke briefly about whom she worked for and about Mar-a-Lago where we worked. She was in a hurry, you could tell, to end the conversation and say goodbye to my dad, which she did so ever pleasantly. She said the boss was upstairs and waiting my arrival. So with that, I said bye to my dad and began to follow Jiz up the stairs. I'm sinking again, aren't I? Okay. Posture, posture, posture. I just want to last for the evening, so I don't want to be like melting into the chair. We got so much to cover, my dears. Yep. I don't even know how she lived all through all this so far. Well, she almost didn't, Anna Bees. I know. It's amazing that she didn't jump and that some crap MF like Ron didn't like choke her out when he got so upset with her. Gross. Survivors are warriors. That's the truth, baby. That's what makes me think dad and mom sold her out to his, to Jiz. Oh, they did. Dad did accept money from little E. Virginia writes it in the book, Nobody's Girl. And I'm going to read that book out loud to you guys. We're going to get through this in the next day or two, and I'm going to go right into that book. I want to say it's about halfway in that book where she finally mentions that she later found out that her dad accepted money from. So yes, you're absolutely correct, Annie. And I had been thinking that before I started that book, and I was getting more and more suspicious while I was reading that book. It was so validating to see that. But I was thinking she might not have ever known her whole life as I was reading it and it wasn't being mentioned. I was becoming very confident that he had paid her dad and that maybe she never knew. But she did find out. She was not happy about it either. Okay. Where was I? This quickly goes downhill. I'm on page 24. I think I'm at the top of it here. And by the midway through it, it just hits the skids. Are you ready? Trigger warning times a million. I know. Don't you love calling her Jiz? Because that's all she is. That's all she deserves to be called. She said the boss was upstairs and awaiting my arrival. So with that, I said bye to my dad and began to follow Jiz up the stairs. I was so nervous, but I didn't show it. I kept my reserve and demeanor cool as ice, trying to show maturity for the open position. She's 14, maybe 15, but I'm pretty sure about to turn 15. I'm pretty sure she's still 14. and that it's 1997. No, it was 1997. It's probably 1998 now. It was 1997 at the beginning of this book 23 pages ago. I think it's 1998 now. Because she was born in 83. Yeah, she turned 15 that year. Okay, here we go. Trying to show maturity for the open position, we continued on to the massage room, passing by a grand crystal chandelier and a couple of lengthy wooden hall tables displaying a multitude of photos displaying young girls and beautiful women. Trying not to gawk at them, I didn't even notice that some of those girls were only wearing their smile. Plus, she was used to that by now, like the way her life had been for the last 6 months or year. Jiz asked me how my day at work was, and I told her it was easy peasy as always, just trying to make simple conversation. There was a fork at the end of the staircase, and she led me to the right-hand side. The lights were dimmed in the bedroom, but I could still see the king-size bed in the middle of the room. We did a U-turn around the bed, which led us to a massage room. Dripping in luxury, I could have definitely compared it to the renowned Mar-a-Lago spa. It had marble walls and a glass-enclosed shower and self-automated steam room at the very end of the Burberry carpeted room. There was a large mirror over a basin to the right of the room with an array of oils, ointments, soaps, and lotions, and a small closed door, which I assumed must be a closet. The only thing that struck awkward about this room was the naked man laying face down atop the turquoise massage table in the center of it. That's all. The only thing. Just one thing that ruined everything. Atop the turquoise massage table in the center of it. I had to be prepared for this, I told myself. Massage was something I had never done before, so I quickly brushed away my thoughts of possible schemes, wanting to believe wholehearted this was going to be legit. Jiz introduced us to each other, and I proceeded to make his acquaintance. Looking up from his downward position, he looked me over and gave a smile to Jiz, an obvious notion of his approval. He was Jeffrey Epstein, as she pronounced for him, as if I was supposed to recognize his name or something. He affirmed, "It is a pleasure," and replied to just call him Jeffrey. No need for formalities or pants, for that matter. No need for formalities, he answered, cleverly putting me at ease. This man did not look like someone to beware of. Both him and Jiz appeared to be very nice people, other than the fact that he's freaking naked. Other than that, minor detail. Okay, nice people and conscious of their health as their need for massages and spa visits. No alarm bells went off yet. I was prepped by Jiz to treat this as a lesson from her and follow her exact lead. If I did good tonight, then maybe I would become Jeffrey's traveling masseuse, seeing the world and getting paid well for it. I was very hopeful. A job like this could really make my dreams come true. I followed suit and washed my hands with warm water so the coldness would not shock Jeffrey's naked body. Then lathered them in rich body butter. Jiz told me to always keep one hand on Jeffrey, even when getting more lotion, so it didn't make him lose concentration on being relaxed. She gave me a tip and told me to keep a blob of lotion high up. I don't like that word, the blob of lotion. One sec, let me keep these all sorted together so they don't go nuts. all these just loose pieces of paper. I was going to punch holes in them and put them in a notebook, but this is probably easier for now. Blob of lotion on my forearm, so it prevented me from having to keep going back for more and was less disruptive to Jeffrey. This all seemed for real to begin with. I was being educated about the body and splitting Jeffrey's body with Ghislaine, mimicking her every motion, starting with his feet. We began with his heels and arches of his soles, pushing the blood up his calves in upward strokes to rejuvenate the body's blood supply, and being careful to mind his leg hair didn't pull. Isn't that sweet? Um, so yes, Granny Annie, age 15 and a naked man. I'm pretty sure she hadn't hit her birthday yet. She turned 15 this year, but I don't think it was after. I don't think this is after August 9th. I think this is before her birthday, that she's still 14, technically, I think. Um, but it'll probably sort it out. I did read this far a couple of times already, but I haven't read the next 50 pages yet. Like that's the missing part, because I read the last 60 55 pages, but right now I'm getting to the part that it's new to me. But I think I still read this part. I was falling asleep last night when I was reading this. um I was trying not to because I was riveted, but here we go. Because yeah, it's better when I've already read it, when I'm reading it to you guys, so I know what to expect. um but sometimes it's fun for it to be new as I'm reading it on screen. Okay, this all seemed for real. Um, where were we with the blood supply? Being careful to mind his leg hair didn't pull. I was keeping up with her and enjoying the education. It was so interesting how the body worked, and I couldn't believe I was learning all of this for free. Once I got a bit of a groove following Jizz, they began asking me all sorts of questions about my past. And see, they already knew. It's not like they knew what they were, that she had a past. They knew. And so they were trying to get her to open up so that they could uh literally screw her. So here we go. It's happening. About my past, and it didn't take long before the conversation led down darker experiences of my young life. When they found out that I hadn't led much of a normal existence, they only probed me with more questions, which being put on the spot, answered honestly. Which being put on the spot, I answered honestly. The funny thing was that they didn't seem appalled at all by my statements because they already knew. See, I didn't realize this until just now. They already knew. Rather entertained, if anything, Jeffrey called me a naughty girl with that wry smile of his, and half playful and half defensive. I answered, "No, I'm not. I'm really a good girl, just always in the wrong places." He then replied, "It's okay. I like naughty girls," and then rolled over onto his front side to expose his completely nude self. I think she means rolled over onto his backside, exposing his front side. He wasn't the first man to show me his penis, so I wasn't shocked at the appearance of his manhood, but I was incredibly shocked at his complete ease to present himself with an erection. I tried to ignore it, waiting to follow the next directions off of Jizz, who surprisingly now stood behind me, bare breasted. Before I had a chance to even think of replying hastily, she began to slowly undress me while Jeffrey started to stroke his manhood while watching us. Just like that. from bad to worse. Okay. She's so gross. She unbuttoned my blouse and removed my bra, revealing my bosoms. Cupping them in her hands, she moved her lips across my nipples. Yeah, trigger warning, you guys. Licking and teasing them with her tongue. This goes into great detail. The book doesn't. It doesn't go into anything like this. With her tongue, making them cold and stiff. Next, her hands moved down my little white skirt, removing the final piece of my remaining uniform. She slid my skirt down my legs with ease, for a moment keeping on my love heart panties so they could both take notice of my apparent youth. They even snickered to each other about how cute. She still wears little girls' panties because she's 14. Jeffrey said, and Jiz joined in his laughter. Acting as my madam, she instructed me to start by licking his nipples, and after I had sufficiently pleasured both of them, then prompted me to go down on Jeffrey orally while she rubbed her breasts along his body tantalizingly. She moved behind me again, this time to remove my panties, and started fondling the delicate folds between my legs. I was still in shock from the initial degrading blow. I hadn't even let the reality sink in. It was all too much for me to emotionally handle, so instead, I hid behind my fears, which I told myself I wasn't ever going to be worth anything at all, and this would probably be as good as it gets for me. After all, I thought, what have I been trained up for until now? And I'm going to move some more lights as they're kind of bugging my eyes out. Let's see how that works. I hate her parents. I know. And it's so sad. Her brothers had no idea. Like, they weren't abused like that at all. They had no idea. I believe them that they didn't know. Nobody ever stopped to ask if I was comfortable or if I wanted to stop. No. Instead, Jiz only directed me to conclude the massage session by climbing up on the table to be fixated on Jeffrey, straddling him so he could penetrate me. When it was all done and over with, I was taken into the steam room with just Jeffrey to get further acquainted, to get further educated. As Jiz left the room to go get dressed, he asked me to grab his feet and rub them, not saying a word about what just happened, like it was all normal and accepted. I listened to him ramble on about the health benefits of a sauna and the history of it, ignoring the fact of the matter of his pretentiousness degrading my spirit. I figured I had gone too far already. What would be the point in throwing in the towel now after I had done exactly what these people wanted? While we were sweating out our bodies' toxins and the steam was blasting my burning face, I listened to his lessons, entertaining his ego. I let him become my teacher, and he seemed to like that. He sounded like a very clever and intelligent man, though, telling me his story of how he made himself an empire of billions from being a middle class professor. He says he was a professor. He taught high school because he lied about his credentials. A middle class professor to an elite financial advisor for clientele with only billions in their bank accounts. And through his so called lessons, he became my mentor, and I emerged as his pupil, the teacher's pet. After the sauna, we went to the next glass door beside us where the shower was. He turned tap outwards and stood underneath the water as I stood naked and cold from the temperature difference. Instead of asking me to join him under the warm stream like I thought he was going to, he handed me a bar of soap and asked me to wash his body from top to toe. It didn't stop there. I had to massage the shampoo and conditioner into his scalp as well. I was bewildered. Someone would ask this off of someone else. Wasn't it belittling enough to have to endure the illicit massage from beforehand? But now this. The surprises kept coming that night, as this was definitely not how I expected my interview to turn out. But that's what I had learned in my short time on this earth. Life was full of disappointment. I let everyone else take the power of authority from myself and use me in whatever way he or she wanted, instead of standing up and giving myself the respect I deserved, which in turn would have helped me get through life without all of the abuse I ended up copping. Not given the belief in myself from an early age on, I suppose, is what affected my sense of control, always letting the ones with power and strength reduce my inner self to shreds until I was cut so tiny in size I would be completely subdued to only their wants and needs, left ignoring mine. The men I had encountered in my short experience with them only repeated their inflictions, convincing me there was no running away from the sick world I lived in. Not yet understanding it all came down to the choices I had made for myself. I needed some encouragement and the right words to unlock my very soul. Jeffrey told me the towels were on the heated rack just outside the shower and asked me to get one and pat him down, again putting himself first as I sat there freezing while I compliantly patted down his body with a white fluffy towel until he was dried. I nearly expected him to ask me to dress him as well, but not surprisingly, that came later down the track too. I dried myself off and wiped the makeup from under my eyes, keeping quiet, not sure what to really say, and half embarrassed from this entire evening's events that just took place. I just remained silent while we both got dressed until he brought me downstairs where Jiz was sitting at a desk, holding his black leather duffel bag. When she moved from the chair to let Jeffrey sit down, she passed him the bag and began to tell me that I had great potential to be a massage therapist. They really liked my style, and who knows where this could lead to. She asked to see me again tomorrow, same time after work. He opened the bag, revealing stacks of brand new $100 bills separated with rubber bands to count by the thousands. He grabbed one stack and took out two crisp notes, placing them in my hand. He laughed that it was nearly my whole week's wage at Mar-a-Lago. Only there, I didn't have to degrade myself as his new little toy. So if she made $200 a week at Mar-a-Lago, I saw somewhere that she had made $1,800 while at Mar-a-Lago. So wouldn't that mean about 9 weeks? That sounds right, because she just worked there for the summer. So 9 weeks, $200 a week. Um, So yeah, she started at the beginning of summer when she was still 14 and then went to the end of summer when she was 15. But she got stolen. She got she got poached. Only there I didn't have to degrade myself as his new little toy. When I got home, my parents were anticipating my arrival. I kept it simple and sweet with my folks, only telling them the lessons about the body I had received and the future prospects in massage therapy that lie ahead. Nobody questioned who I was working for and complimented my ability to be a hard worker. I quickly got out of that conversation, afraid I might give away a hint of shame in my eyes, but no one caught on. I excused myself to the bathroom to have a shower and stared into the mirror for a moment, asking myself if I could really go through with this, only to mentally respond by reminding myself this would be as good as it gets for a girl of my stature and limitations. I scrubbed myself rigidly in the shower as if it would wash away the filthiness of the night, but it didn't help. I could still feel their hands in me and all over me and inside of me. Trying to sleep that night was nearly impossible, too. Oh, this is the first time she was assaulted by a grown woman, because the girls that she had to do that with when she was with Ron were her age. So this was the first time she was victimized by a grown ass woman. Um, my 10-year sociopath told me that sex like a bodily function to him. He understood that he's not normal. Sounds like many upper crust men have that same problem. He was a high-end pimp, a disgusting, vile, evil person, and jizz too. Absolutely, Annabes. That's exactly what they were. They were rapists and they were pimps. Absolutely. The sick world we all live in. Well, what's sick is that nobody lives to talk about it, like Virginia, and she's not alive either. She didn't live. I mean, she did. She told about it, and then I think that cost her her life. But plus, most people are too embarrassed to tell this story. If they do survive it, they're way too embarrassed to tell and scared. They just won't. They don't. That's what's so phenomenal about this. Do I remember Virginia ran away from, like many future prostitutes and drug addicts, fleeing an SA home? Yes, Granny Annie. She ran away when she was 11. So that was when things really got out of control. Although I'd say things got out of control when she was 7 and her dad started in on her. I'd say that's when shit got out of control. Um, and then, you know how resilient kids are. They just try to keep living a normal life and just blocking it out, pretending it didn't happen. Compartmentalizing and disassociating. Trying to sleep that night was nearly impossible too, closing my eyes only to drift away to flashbacks of the moments I had to give myself to Jeffrey and Jiz, each replay an exploitation of my vulnerability. The next morning, I awoke feeling anxious about the day ahead, trying to push yesterday's memory from my thoughts. I was quiet for the whole trip to work with my dad. Before we got out of his car in the parking lot, he asked me if everything was okay. I lied for his sake and mine. My life was being transformed and I didn't even know it yet. But soon enough, I would be a brainwashed tool only used for the sexual pleasure of others. I think that's real key, that she was brainwashed, and the brainwashing started with her mom and dad. Her mom was neglectful, and her mom, I think, walked in on them and chose to pretend it wasn't going on. I mean, that's the way it's written in Nobody's Girl. Also, to be entrapped in the same life I had broken free from only months ago. Yeah, she was so brave. Voice to text, ran away from home. Right. People being embarrassed, I get it, but we need power back and make them know we are telling social media. Exactly. I mean, literally, before Oprah in the 80s, nobody talked about sexual abuse. I don't even think that was a phrase. Incest was a term, but I think sexual abuse was kind of coined after Oprah, post Oprah. Okay. Also, to be entrapped in the same life I had broken free from only months ago. And Oprah was abused. She was sexually abused. Convincing myself in order to succeed, I had to step up from being a girly teenager and start thinking like a young woman. It would be my ticket to a great career and a fortunate life, I told myself. So, what if I had to bargain my body to this rich old geezer? Some girls get themselves through college by becoming a stripper and using their bodies to pay for degrees. Others go down even worse paths. OnlyFans. I think that's what was going on in Idaho with the Idaho 4. I think the OnlyFans has a lot to do with it. I really wouldn't be surprised if all 4 of those Idaho 4 kids, young adults, are not slaughtered but being trafficked. It really wouldn't surprise me in the least. I guess it was just another way to fathom the road I was going down. The effectiveness of the lies I forced myself to believe was working as I continued to tell myself I had to make it any way I could rather than ever letting myself sleep on the streets again. I was trading one shocking lifestyle for another, thinking I was choosing the right one. If I could go back in time to ever meet myself, I would choose this time in my life. I'd start with a good hard smack to my head to first shake some things up in there, and next I would tell that girl she could actually make it on her own if she just worked hard at earning an honest wage and built her life up slowly. There was no rush or time limit to ever stop reaching for achievement. Sadly enough, I probably wouldn't have even believed myself anyways, learning my life's hard lessons through the experiences I continued to suffer. Um, 1982, my stepdaughter's mom made her tell judge she wanted stepdad back home. How are we supposed to eat? My little girl was 12. We got her and did our best. Wow. Wow, 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 girlfriend. We are all 3 of us the same age, aren't we? Anna Bees and Granny Annie. I was born in 1967. Weren't you guys born around that same year? Um, I went to work. I graduated high school in 1985. I went to work at Mar-a-Lago that day, trying hard not to think of what lay ahead in the afternoon to come. But the later the hour got, the more distinguished the knots became in my stomach. I spoke to no one of the details to my explicit interview, but told one girl how I was so happy I was now officially studying massage therapy. Another lie. My friend was surprised and intrigued that these people who could afford the best of therapists in the world chose an untrained 15-year-old girl to perform a massage. I have got my highlighter in my purse right here. Oh, my dog's scratching. Coco. Scratching and about to like knock something down. Uh, where was that? Isn't this the coolest highlighter? It has pink, green, and yellow. What does it say on it? Jewish Family Services. Okay. I have no idea how we got a hold of it, but I love it. It's awesome. My friend was surprised and intrigued that these people who could afford the best of the best therapists in this world chose an untrained 15-year-old girl to perform massage. See, she was 15, but I think it was before her 15th birthday. But still, they always try to say she was 16. Always. Sometimes they try to say she was 17. And then when somebody tries to say she's 17, then they're like, okay, well, shoot, it was right before her 17th birthday. Wasn't that the same with Kylie? Hello. Yes, KG had several sugar daddies, it seems, and possibly even a coach and a Wazoo email professor. Rumor has it. I'd believe it, Granny Annie. That makes sense to me. I'm older, 1964, born 1960. Well, then you guys have more life experience than me. But yeah, we're all, what are we, Gen Xers? We're Gen Xers, aren't we? Um, let's see. Untrained 15-year-old girl to perform a massage. She never said it in words, but her body language told me she knew exactly why they wanted to use me, and it wasn't for a therapeutic reason either. And deep down inside, I understood. The rest of the afternoon slipped away quickly, and before I knew it, I was standing before those large wooden doors again, giving a moment's pause, but long enough to draw in my breath and exhale some of the anxiety before ringing the doorbell. Juan answered the door again and told me Jiz would be down in a few moments and asked to follow him into the kitchen. There was a pleasant looking young girl with blonde spirals in her hair that glanced up. This answers my question. Are you ready? Glanced up from the mound of paperwork before her. Her shocking blue eyes and appealing English accent seemed delightful, and she introduced herself as Emmy, Jiz's personal assistant. I introduced myself as Jenna, which is what most people knew me as, and told her I was on an employment trial to become Jeffrey's massage therapist. She had a coy smile on her face that told me she knew exactly what I was on trial for. Something in my gut told me this wasn't the first time a young girl had been trialed for the same position I was about to fill. Yeah, there were probably hundreds before her. They just didn't last nearly as long as her. We were only chatting for a moment before Jiz appeared and told me little E was ready for his massage. I was led through the extensively large house to the winding staircase that would lead me to the same dreaded room where I would have to reenact last night's performance. I wasn't far from wrong. I gave little E a massage with Jiz leading the way again. This time we'd surprisingly made it to the front of his body, and she continued to show me how to massage all the way up to his stomach, pushing my hands in a spiraling clockwise circular motion to not disrupt the bowels. And then we came up to his chest. He couldn't dare contain himself for 1 second longer, telling me to part my lips on his nipples and give them a kiss. Little E moaned in pleasure, and Jiz started to undress me from behind. Within moments, I was completely naked and Jiz had her top off. She was caressing my body with her hands while little E moved his hands down to stroke his loins while he watched her and I kiss and touch each other. I didn't know if she was doing this for the sake of his eye candy, but she sure did act like she loved having control over telling me what to do throughout the entire threesome. Little East climax was always the end of our sessions, and this time he wanted to have me make him orgasm orally. Afterwards, we went for the ritualistic steam room. This time, Jiz joined in with us for conversation. She asked me to massage her feet. Bitch. She asked me to massage her feet this time while we were in the steam room, showing me that little E wasn't the only one I had to pay homage to. We all had a shower next, and then we all went downstairs to pay me and have Juan drop me off back home. The following afternoon, I received a call at work. Surprisingly, it was Jiz asking me to come over when I got off work again. The compliance side took over, and I told her I looked forward to meeting with them today. Instead of telling her to go screw herself for lying to me and asking me to degrade myself more each time I saw them, I finished work for the day, and my dad brought me over to El Brio Way again, where the vultures are patiently waiting in their lair. He wished me well as I hopped out of his big truck. He's a grown-ass man. He knew what they were up to. He knew them from the resort. He knew them. I'm sure he'd seen them doing their thing. That was their hunting ground. That was one of their hunting grounds. And then he served his kid up on a silver platter for, I'm sure, a hefty sum of cash, in my opinion. Um, let's see. He wished me well as I hopped out of his big truck. Freaking bastard. Looking ever so much like his little girl again. I gave him a smile and a wave as he drove down the long driveway, waiting for him to suddenly turn back and not leave me alone to my task. I shook myself out of that calamity and put on my big girl face. Juan brought me to the kitchen again as I waited for Jiz. He offered me a cold drink and some fruit on a platter. I accepted and was grateful for the rejuvenation before I went to work again. It wasn't long before Jiz approached me from behind with a cold, intense look in her eye. I jumped from my seat, feeling like maybe I shouldn't have been eating and drinking while on the job, as her demeanor seemed annoyed and temperamental in the seconds that she appeared. She told me I would be on my own today, as she had business to attend to make sure I remembered what she had taught me, as my trial depended on it. So we're on page 30 at the beginning of chapter 5. Maybe I'll take a very quick bathroom break. Let's see. WSU female professor allegedly was a sugar mama of KG's. I had not heard about that, Annie. Not at all. I have been around some gross stuff, but as a 15-year-old or 65-year-old, never made out with a chick. Yikes. Yeah, I know. Same. That's horrible. Poor Virginia. I know. So I'm going to take a quick minute and then I'll be right back. ladybug. Hey, Coco. Uh, didn't I have a jacket right here? What's up, baby? Don't go in there and steal my food. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I am going to put a little bit more wax in my teeth and continue for as long as we can go, right? We are at chapter 5, page 30. It's good to leave off in a obvious spot so that it doesn't get confused. Oh no, what did I do with all my little things of wax? Does this one have any in it? Yeah. Okay, I'm all set. I know, isn't this head thing cool? I got it a while ago and then I never really used it until yesterday when I was having so much trouble with my stream. Oh, here we go. What am I missing? Stop it. Where was I? The lady the psychic tried to call. The lady the psychic tried to call the woman out. Is that like a YouTube channel? Anna, this stuff is so sad. Psyche of adult men versus little girls is far apart in maturity and no pleasure for the therapist. Yeah. Yeah, the little girl way more mature than Jeffrey. I just got my daughter some food. She's been sleeping all day. Yeah, I've been biting my tongue back here. So hopefully this will help. Excuse me while I shove this wax in my mouth. Ah. TikTok and Lady Professor turned psychic and oh, I do remember that. That was like way long ago. I remember that. Was there any truth to it? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that seemed really out there. I thought it was complete BS at the time. I remember the content creator was black and the professor was white, and she was suing the content creator who just kept doubling down. I remember now. I'd forgotten all about that. I feel like she dated KG Sugar Baby. Anna is daughter okay? Well, yeah, she just got some good food. Man, I had some good food, but then my dog ate it. She tried to eat it, so I threw it away because that's gross. And I could have gotten more, but I didn't. I was trying to get started on my thing with you guys. Dang, these MF braces are so crazy. They're so sharp. They're like freaking razor blades in my mouth. Yeah, I might not be able to read that much more tonight. We're on page 30. I'll set a goal for 15 more pages. What time is it? It's only 8. So I'll set a goal to get to page 45 and then see if we want to set another goal if we get there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, right? Does that sound good, you guys? We've been on for 3.5 hours. Man, Anna, you are like my old, faithful, loyal. You're awesome. You've been here the whole freaking time. And Granny Annie, I appreciate you too. And there's a couple other people here too that are being quiet if they want to say hi. But thank you for being here. Thank you for watching on the replay. Don't forget to hit the like. And if anybody is feeling like they want to donate financial support to this content creator, I will accept graciously and gratefully. There are there's like the Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, and what's the other one? There's another one. Can't think of it off the top of my head. You know what it is. It's like the regular one that everybody has. Buy Me a Coffee, Cash App, and Venmo. Venmo. Uh, just another minute of all this wax. Sorry for being so vulgar. Annie, she has MS and had falls, broke her foot and wrist arm. She had surgery on her arm. We had to take her for scans yesterday, but I think both of us are just exhausted. Anna B says Venmo. Yes, that's the one. I've actually done Venmo a couple of times. I think that's the only one I've like paid people with. I've never done the Buy Me a Coffee one. I might have done a PayPal. I think I probably did a PayPal once or twice. Annie, I'm so sorry. I have all the symptoms of MS except tests say no, exhausting. Right. I mean, it's nice to get a confirmation diagnosis just so that you can wrap your mind around it and then get treatment. Craziness. I'm so sorry. Almost ready. Get a little bit more wax right there. As soon as I get all the wax set up, then it moves around because you know your mouth is warm, so then it like rearranges itself. But I think I'm Just about ready to start reading again. I think, let's see, a little tiny bit here. I just don't want it to interfere with my talking any more than the braces already do. But man, this lower left is the worst. Isn't it fun watching me do this? I can't believe I'm doing this in front of you guys. I'm obviously so comfortable with my friends. And I'm going to put a little bit right in the front, right there. Let's see how that goes. I'm so glad I put some on a while ago. I should have put it on before I started, but I was going to see if I could read without using it. Okay. Let's get rolling. How's the lighting and everything? We're good. And I have another clip that fell. Let me see if I can grab it real quick so that keep these pages from flying. Didn't it fall down there? It's probably under my chair. I think I'll be fine without it for the moment. Okay. What I have is most painful RSD. Just hoped for a pill to cure it all. Annie, there are so many autoimmune diseases, but yes, this life is so exhausting. Oh, you've got autoimmune disease too, Annabise, or are you talking about taking care of your daughter? You're fine. We want you to be comfortable. Man, these effing braces are so uncomfortable. Another year and a couple of months like this? I don't know. I really honestly don't know. We'll see what happens. Like now I wish I got the Invisalign because then I wouldn't have all the sharp metal in my face. I put braces on as a single mom, 28 toothpicks under conference tables to get lettuce out at luncheons. Yeah, eating around people is a nightmare. Where I have one of these. These are like they're kind of like tiny pipe cleaners. There's a lot of good stuff like that nowadays. But yeah, I use a seam ripper sometimes too, very carefully to if I don't have my little toothpick things. Okay, chapter 5. Here we go. Are we ready? I have Sorgens. I've heard of that. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Annabise. How long have you been diagnosed? I've had Hashimoto's thyroiditis since I was like 22. So I've been taking thyroid supplement for 35 years now. Ruled out Sorgens for me, painful, I know. Okay, you guys ready to dive into chapter 5, page 30? I walked up the stairs by myself this time, taking in more of the decor. Noticing the more I looked around, the more I noticed a different girl in each photograph in his collection of half-nude, topless girls on display around his mansion. I couldn't believe how many girls there were. It's not like Jeffrey was much to look at. He was an aging man in his early 50s with shiny gray hair. Wait, he wasn't in his early 50s yet because his 50th birthday was 2003, right? I think his 50th birthday was 2003. I think he was born in 53, with all that birthday letter and everything. So he wasn't in his early 50s yet. He would have been in his late 40s. But when you're 14, 15, it's all the same, right? Old people are just old. It doesn't matter if they're 90 or 50. It's all the same, right? It's funny, but it's true. When you're young, that's just how you see it. So, an aging man in his early 50s with shining gray hair and characteristic lines drawn down his face as he had seen harder days. With no prospects of ever settling down or having a family of his own, Jeffrey treated us girls like a piece of clothing he could try on for the day and get rid of the next. So, why was there so many girls in these photos? I wondered to myself if I would end up one of those girls among his collection of forgotten relationships and broken promises. I continued to make my way up the stairs as if all of my senses were heightened from my bare nerves being exposed. I could smell the cleaning detergents recently used by the housekeepers. My observations of the shade of lighting through the concealed blinds as I entered Little E's bedroom appeared golden. How scary to be. She's known this guy for 3 days. He's raped her both of those days, and she's going in there alone now. Damn. For a long while, I don't remember when, but they didn't exactly know what I had until I hit 50. Well, she was 15, so she probably thought he's old, lol. We used to think our teachers were old. They were in their 30s. Exactly. Exactly. Um, I mean, when you're young, you just think all old people are ancient. I know young people think I'm ancient now. I'm just like, yeah, I'm from the Stone Ages, back in the dinosaur days of the 80s, right? Um, oh, bedroom. As I entered Little E's bedroom appeared golden, and the sound of stillness, except for the thud of my rapid beating heart, all made me more aware of how nervous I was to be on my own. Not that jizz was anything of a comfort, but I didn't know what to expect or how I was going to lead myself into upholding my obligation and pleasing him. I would hope for the best, I thought, trying to uplift my confidence as I opened the door to the massage room with the typical scene of Little E laying naked face down in the massage bed, waiting for his entertainment. He's like a snake in the grass. He's like a wild animal laying in wait for his prey. Literally. How freaking gross. It was a deja vu all over again, repeating what Jiz had taught me, with him commenting on what else I should be doing, until it got to the end and I was expected to grant him all of his spoken desires. We finished up with the shower again, and he seemed very pleased in my contribution of myself to him, giving in to every request. He told me to go ask Juan to pay me. I need more of that chapstick stuff. One sec. I don't want to lose my spot. asking Juan to pay me. Where's my chapstick stuff? Come on, Burt's Bees, where are you? There you go. Smear it all over my face. Okay. My grandson said you were born in the 1900s. That's so funny. LOL. I thought, yes, we rode in a wagon to town and got water from the well. LOL. Yeah, that's so cute. The 1900s. And he told me to go ask Juan to pay me, as he was lethargic after the massage, an intimate affair between us, and now was going to have sleep. I walked back down the stairs and told Juan that little E was asleep and said I had to ask him for my pay. He went to little E's desk and took out the exact amount I was owed without even asking how much I normally get paid. He then drove me home, only to be back the next afternoon. See, that's how much of a routine it was. The guy knew exactly how much he got paid without being told. Right? Okay. Love Burt's Bees. I know. I really like the pomegranate one. And just the plain honey. I really like the plain honey. That's probably my favorite. Anna, cute, huh? Like when we knew 80-year-olds from 1899. That is wild. That is wild. The following week was a daily routine, providing little E with massages and continuously being groomed to fulfill all of his needs. Often joined by Jiz Max. It's funny because it says Ms. Maxwell. Jiz Max. She called herself G Max. Maxi Pad. That's what we'll start calling her. Maxi Pad. Is that good? And her assistant Emmy for sexual trysts of all kinds. I'll read that sentence again since I interrupted it. Often joined by Ms. Jiz and her assistant Emmy for sexual trysts of all kinds. I was mentally and physically exhausted from the week of working and having to keep up with Little E's strenuous late night activities. I couldn't believe what I was doing, but it was all starting to sink in fast. Most nights when I got home, I'd briefly say hi to mom and dad before heading straight to my bedroom. I couldn't even sleep well anymore. Closing my eyes at night, I would fight the inevitable flood of thoughts, replaying the moments of shame that ate away myself piece by piece. My only reasoning being I just had to keep telling myself it would all be worth it in the end. This afternoon, Jiz appeared to be in a much better mood. Instead of taking me straight up to little E, she took me to a yellow guest room where Emmy mostly stayed. It had a balcony where Emmy was already outside reading a magazine and puffing on a cigarette. Jiz lit one up too and then offered me one. I hadn't smoked cigarettes much before, besides trying to look cool in front of one of my friends, but never really took to them. So when I started to cough from the inhalation of smoke, the girls began to laugh and joke about my inexperience. It was an icebreaker for all of us to laugh and poke fun at me. I was then able to give it back to them, saying I would rather be an inexperienced non-smoker than an old lady with a raspy smoker's cough. I don't think Jiz was used to anybody giving it back to her, but she seemed to like it. as long as she was able to have the last say. I knew my boundaries, and she liked that I wouldn't cross those invisible lines. All three of us chatted like friends, and it started to feel like some kind of strange relationship was budding. After about 15 minutes of chatting away, I looked up and lost my spot. After about 15 minutes of chatting away, Jiz instructed me to wash my hands thoroughly, as little E hated the smell of smoke, and to follow her down the hallway to the massage room where he'll be expecting me shortly. I did what she asked and sprayed myself with the body spray that I always carried in my purse and headed down the hall to little E's room. When I opened the door to the massage room, surprisingly, it was empty. Uh-oh. What now? What is Virginia a smoker? I don't think so. Um, but Emmy and Jiz might have been smokers. But yeah, maybe she became a smoker because of this incident and all the stress. Let's see. That wouldn't be surprising. Um, Surprisingly, it was empty. I sat down on the already made up massage table and was careful not to mess up the neatly folded towels at the end of the bed. It was a good 15 more minutes before little E made his appearance. It was strange seeing him in clothes for the first time. He wasn't wearing what you'd expect your typical billionaire's attire to be. He was wearing a pair of sweatpants and a Harvard sweatshirt, which he began to remove immediately. This time he wanted to commence our session in the steam room. So I began to undress as well. We went into the steam room and he pushed a few buttons, and the steam began to pour in from the marble walls, built in jets. There was a bench coming out of the wall, also made out of marble, that went from either side of the room and had a step underneath it where I was instructed to sit on so that I could begin giving little E his massage. Our conversation started off about simple things like, how was your day at work? I asked little E how his day was lounging around, just being polite to each other. His exhausting life of being a billionaire and having sex all day. Um, he was acting out of character, being a lot more attentive and conversing with me about other things than sex or massages for once. Starting with his heels, ankles, toes, and arches in the soles of his feet, I massaged all the way up to his calves. It took a lot more strength to massage in the steam room without oils or lotions, and the constant blowing of steam in your face, making it twice as exerted. I was beginning to really start to heat up when the door to the room suddenly opened to reveal two naked women, Jiz and Emmy. What a surprise, huh? Jiz and Emmy acted as if they came in to join us for a steam bath, but my instincts were telling me otherwise. At least the cold burst of air and escaped steam revived me a bit. So there was little E and Jiz sitting on top of this marble bench, each with a young girl at their feet. Emmy and I continued with the massage until they were ready to head into the shower. There were two shower heads that Jiz and little E both stood under while they were being lathered with soap bubbles as we washed their bodies. Like they're little babies, right? After the shower, Jiz led us to little E's bed to finish today's session with Emmy. Jiz and I performing lesbian foreplay on each other while little E lay back and watched. Stroking his manhood in much delight, he brought himself to climax, and the session was over within moments. We all got dressed and went downstairs to the kitchen for some refreshments. Like nothing had happened at all. It was all so bizarre for me, the whole ordeal with them since this all began. I couldn't understand why Jiz and Jeffrey had such an openly intimate relationship, but yet never regarded themselves as partners. They rarely kissed and never held hands or even slept in the same bed. It was more like a sexual arrangement between the two of them. She brings in the girls for his particular taste, and he supplies the lavish lifestyle she was accustomed to before her family lost all their fortunes. I wasn't sure how to act or feel, always obliging to their needs, but reserved enough not to get attached, as if there was this invisible hierarchy, and by instinct I knew my place. We all hung out in the kitchen for a while before I asked when Juan would could bring me home, as I had work in the morning and was tired. They said no problem and called Juan on the intercom right away, but said we'd all have something to talk about tomorrow. I knew it had something to do with my employment trial, and from the way they were acting tonight, I could only assume I got the job, but you never know with these types of people. Their friendship and partnerships can change like the weather. Um, no, like we're their servants. Um, Sociopaths don't have feelings. We don't like to cuddle, but they don't need to cut it. I know you're doing voice to text, Annie, so I'm not sure what you meant there. But yeah, sociopaths don't have feelings, don't like to cuddle. Um, I remember hearing that Lil E had a weird looking member, egg shaped, Annabes. You got the mushroom with the other guy, a little tiny mushroom, and then the egg with this freak. Gross. Very peculiar. I went home that night still confused on how I could let myself sink so low. I had I had to put on an act like I enjoyed submitting my body and being their new subservient plaything, all for the fact that I was making anywhere between 200 and 400 for just a couple of hours. Then spent the rest of the night regressing on the entire event in my head. I think she means like perseverating on the event in her head, regressing. I don't want to, I'm not like poking fun at her. It's cute how she misuses words, and we all do it. I do it too. She just does it kind of a lot because of all the sex abuse interfering with her freaking education, right? Um, where are we? Regressing on the entire event in my head over and over again. Reflecting, she probably meant reflecting on the entire event over and over again. I battled those thoughts with the hope that I was receiving a profession out of this and making good money in the meantime. All I had to do was keep lying to myself long enough until I eventually believed it. Arriving at Little E's on time the next afternoon, as I always did, understanding punctuality was a sign of respect, and I wanted them to feel as if they had my deepest appreciation for the once in a lifetime chance they had given to a girl of my history. So sad that she felt that way. Oh, you didn't know about the egg shaped pecker, Granny Annie? Very gross. I know. I know. Yes, it's so sad. I keep saying that, but it is. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Um, and yeah, let's just keep going. Got a little bit of extra wax that I don't need swimming around. Um, Once in a lifetime chance with a girl of my history. This time, when Juan answered the door, he told me little E and Jiz were waiting for me upstairs in the massage room. I began to hike up and see this is all new to me. I'm on page 33. I fell asleep last night way before this page. So I don't know what I'm getting us into to navigate us. I'm sure it's going to have some big reveals, big time. Um, Waiting for me in the massage room, I began to hike up the familiar spiraling staircase and through to the room where my arrival was being deeply anticipated. They were already in the steam room awaiting me to join them. I undressed out of my uniform and folded them in a neat pile, which I placed upon the marble basin. Having one last look in the mirror before exhaling a deep breath as if I was plunging into deep water, I knew today was a big day. I either accepted their offer and trade my morals for opportunity or walk away with the prospect of one day, many years from now, trying to make it on my own, which I knew endowed hardships of their own. So confused about what decision to make, I just opened the door to the steam room and let them do the talking. Used to the routine by now, I sat below Jeffrey and began to massage his feet and legs as I listened in on their ongoing conversation about travel plans for the next few weeks. Jiz and little E turned their attention to me and asked me how would I like to go see the big city of Manhattan. I told them I had never visited New York before and it sounded like an adventure, but my job at Mar-a-Lago was only a summer job and wouldn't be able to get the time off, especially that summer was so busy anyway. Little E made his announcement that I should just quit my job at Mar-a-Lago and become his permanent traveling masseuse. I was going to say massage therapist, but yeah, masseuse. He then further persuaded me with all of the luxuries that came along with my acceptance. Rather than being paid $9 per hour in my current job, I could be earning $200 per massage, which he even said could be a few times a day. Tomorrow, we could be leaving Palm Beach together in his private jet, first heading to his residence in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, also the largest mansion in New York, and would next be setting off to the Caribbean, where he owned a secluded island just past Little St. James for a bit of relaxation. The temptation of his grandeur offer wasn't hard to give into. My vulnerability to be lured into his grasp, I think she meant lured into his grasp, seemed comforting at the time, but he's very lewd for sure. Um, let's see. The idea that females were nothing more than an empty shell of beauty bound by only a body to offer was a notion I had accepted long ago with my first teacher, Ron Eppinger. My reaction had to be more than amusing for their egos. Even though I was excited to be traveling, I could only imagine the likeliness of having to be at their beck and call as well. In my head, I just told myself, we all do what we have to do in our lives to succeed, no matter what it takes. And with no one knowing the truth, I had no one to talk me out of it. I accepted his offer, and I knew from here on I would be his servant to his sexual desires until one day I would gain my credentials, and only then could I go out on my own and make it in this world that when so young seems so unconquerable. The night advanced into the usual grooming of his requirements for the next hour and a half being exploited to satisfy little E's every sexual whim. My mom cornered me that night before I had a chance to avoid speaking to anyone, heading to the shower, then my bedroom, like I had been the last week. She knocked at my door with a hostile look in her eyes. Virginia, what exactly does an older couple want with a 15-year-old girl who has no credentials, with no experience in massage therapy? She used that stern tone of voice that she's always had when I was in trouble. Isn't it funny how they've confirmed so many times that she's 15? And it was the year she turned 15. So she started the job at Mar-a-Lago when she was 14. Maybe she turned 15 by the time she hooked up with these two. Sounds like it. But isn't it funny how now they always say 16 and sometimes they say 17 when it's obvious that she was 15. Let's see. Where am I? What exactly does an older couple want with a 15-year-old girl who has no credentials and with no experience in massage therapy? She used that stern tone of voice that she's always had when I was in trouble. Thus, as impressionable as I was, my blue eyes batted their innocence in her direction, and I flashed her a girlish grin, selling her the pitch that I had been given earlier that night, not mentioning the other side to the glamorous lifestyle I would soon be living in. I told her about the money I'd be earning, the places I'd be seeing, the people I could meet, and most of all, the trade I'd be learning. It all sounded so good, except it was a bunch of lies I had to tell her and myself to otherwise convince us that this was a once in a lifetime opportunity and I had to take it. No, she didn't. Let's see. Mom doing what daddy sold me for. Yeah, Granny Annie. Exactly. She asked when all this would start, and I, as shocking as it was to me too, told her I had to go start packing. We were leaving the next morning off to New York City. At 15, most girls would be sucking up to their parents to go to a high school dance or to go on a date, to the movies with a nervous chat, but I wasn't even asking her. I was simply letting her know that I would be away for the next couple of weeks, maybe 3, and would keep in contact when I got free time. Her daughter was lost a long time ago, and she just now realized it. Backing out of the bathroom with nothing she could say, she left me wondering to myself who I was becoming. Instead of driving me to work the next morning, my dad dropped me off at Little E's mansion. He told me not to worry about calling Mar-a-Lago. He'd take care of it for me. Oh my God, you guys. So he and little T and little E had it all effing worked out. She filed lawsuits against little T for rape. She's since recanted, but her and many others like her have filed lawsuits against Donnie for SA. We said our goodbyes outside in the driveway. Little E even coming outside to meet with my father to shake his hands and assure him that his daughter will be more than looked after. Do you think he's going to pass away before the Trumpstein files explode? That's probably what he's hoping for. We said our goodbyes outside the driveway. Little E even coming outside to meet with my father to shake his hands and assure him that his daughter will be more than looked after. I hugged my dad tightly, feeling like I was on the verge of a steep cliff when he let go. So did the last of my innocence. So sad. Like, I mean, he was the one that destroyed that almost 10 years prior when she was 7, 8 years prior. So gross. Juan drove little E, Jiz, and I to Palm Beach's private airport, and the luggage handlers escorted us on the tarmac. It's funny, she says tarmac, where we all boarded on little E's black jet. Larry was his main pilot. He had shiny gray hair and long, lanky legs, but a very sincere smile that instantly made you feel at ease. He greeted us at the staircase that led to the main cabin. It was as lavish as I imagined it would be. The seats were enveloped in the finest beige leather with polished wood grain finishes, and there was a kitchen in the back with an adjoining toilet. Jeffrey saw the amazement in my eyes. To make it more thrilling, he brought me up to the cockpit and let me watch with the bird's eye view of the takeoff. It was a natural high when I came back to the cabin and was instantly brought back down when little E rested his bare feet on top of the reclined seat and instructed me to get to work and start massaging him. Bastard. My future was in his hands now, so when he wanted something, I wouldn't hesitate in giving it to him. We were listening to Jazz read Virginia's book. Oh, hey, Mr. Mark, what's happening? How are you? Lovely to see you. So this is Virginia Gouffre's first stab at a manuscript. It's more of just like a journal, but it is written in chapters. So this was the precursor to the book that was published a couple weeks ago, Nobody's Girl. This one is called The Billionaire Playboy Club or something like that. And it was never actually published. It was used as evidence in a few of her trials or lawsuits that they might have settled out of court. I think they went to trial, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that they were entered into evidence, and therefore, after the cases were resolved, they became public. And so I found it on the cloud, and I have a link to it in the description of the last few videos I've done with it, but I'll put the link in the description of this too later when I'm done. I'm on page 35, chapter 6. I'm just trying to read through as much of it as I can. I was going to try to get to 50 tonight. Let's see. It's lovely to see you. Oh, I thought it was a romance novel. Yeah, quite the opposite, babe. I got it. Oh, it's far from a romance novel. I only got a few seconds of it. Now I get it. Yeah. Cool. Good to see you and Anna. Trying to remember your little puppy's name. It's like a cosmic name. How's your doggy? It's Ripley. How's Ripley? Is Ripley okay? See, I got it before you put it in there. I'm so proud of myself. Or before I saw it. Yeah. Um, Coco's doing great with her cancer all taken care of. She's been free and clear. And I don't know that you've seen the new dog. We have a little Cocker Spaniel that we're just fostering for my son and his girlfriend. Hanging on okay, a few things we are dealing with. Um, Dexter. Dexter is Fred Field's dog. I'm glad that Ripley's okay for now. I know Ripley's getting up there. Oh man, that's so hard. It's so hard. It's lovely to see you. Thanks for being here, you guys. So let's see if we can get through another 15 pages. We're at 4 hours and 15 minutes. This is the longest I've talked nonstop in my life. And it's almost 9 o'clock. 18 years old. Wow. Because, yeah, I knew 16 the last time I got an age. That is wild. You're a good dog daddy that you've given that dog such a good life. That is really awesome. And are you still looking for work, or did you get something lined up like olden days reunion with Jazz? Oh, shoot. Sorry, Mark. It's good to see you. Yeah, this is like a Kylie reunion, huh? I'm going to show you guys. I know you've probably seen it before, but I was just looking at it today. The picture. Ugh. Well, here's a picture of. Are you ready? Trigger warning. This is a picture of Virginia um, in really rough shape. Allegedly domestic violence. But what I wanted to show you was the side by side of her and our dear Kylie. Um, they are doppelgangers in this side by side that I'm about to show you. Absolute doppelgangers. You'll see what I mean. There it is. Are you ready? Do they not look stunningly similar? Sorry that the picture of Kylie has like I don't know, like a glare on it. It kind of looks like a cigarette hanging out of her mouth, but that's just a glare. You know the photo. It's when she's one of the pictures where she's in the black dress out on the water on the pier. And yeah, don't they look a lot alike there though? This is not a well-known photo of Virginia. And as soon as I saw it, I thought of this picture of Kylie. I was just like, dang, because most pictures, they don't look that much alike. But that one, I think they do. So, um, let me read all your comments. Yeah, allegedly that was her husband that did that. But I honestly am like not willing to just believe that. Um, I kind of think that that's a narrative trying to take people in a different direction with her demise. I mean, the whole thing, the whole story with her demise, I think is much like Kylie's story of demise. I think it's utter bullcrap. Um, and this is what happens when you're dealing with billionaires, right? Um, all dead on the work. No wants to hire old men when it's so competitive. I am so sorry, Mark. I know you have such good skills to offer. Um, OMG, who did that to Virginia? So allegedly Robbie did it, but I honestly don't believe that he did. I think it was Andrew. I think that the former prince had his people do it, but it could be anybody, you know. She was marked. She was threatened all the time. Wow, a type they like. Right. So if somebody has a type, like most guys have a type, and Virginia fit that prototype, then Kylie would fit that prototype too. I mean, it's a popular prototype. It's like the Barbie, tall, skinny, long blonde hair, waif, blonde hair, blue eyes. I mean, it's just the whole Barbie thing, right? Um, DNA test, please, could be related. It could be that eugenics. They could be clones. OMG, they do look similar. I mean, I'm kind of joking, not joking, because eugenics plays a role in all this crazy BS. Glad your dog's okay, and your family is good. 1 part truth, 99% BS. Right. Absolutely. The stories I had to make up for black eyes. All we have to do is say the wrong thing and they'll pop us in the face. Learn to zip my lips early. I agree they cover stuff up. I agree the royals shut her up. Absolutely. Okay, so where were we with chapter 6? Did I already read that? Or was I right at chapter 6? I'll just start there and see. Page 35. Upon our arrival to New Jersey's private airstrip, the driver, Jojo, met us. And this could be a lot like what Kylie's life was like. There's a lot of things in that book, Nobody's Girl, that really remind me of things from Kylie's story. And things that Virginia said that were very similar to Kylie's song, Far Away. Upon our arrival to New Jersey's private airstrip, the driver Jojo met us. His name was most likely shortened for something of his Oriental descent. Little E liked to shorten the names of his multicultural staff into American names. Even Juan and Maria were known as John and Mary. We arrived. That's just kind of a mind F to like erase people's identity, right? Very controlling. We arrived in the Upper East Side of Manhattan. His principal place of residence was the largest home in Manhattan, 8 stories of opulence. It used to be a private school for boys many years ago until Les Wexner, Little E's best friend and mentor, bought it for him as a mysterious gift. There were 2 large Chinese gargoyles outside the entrance, and beside the heavy looking wooden doors, there was an intercom with a camera overlooking us. I walked up the concrete steps into a realm of wealth, glamour, and most of all, influence. My eyes glistened at the splendor of his palace. Hey, Mark, I don't think you've seen me with the braces, or have you? Um, See, I am 5'4" and perky as a young mom. Never knew men preyed on me. Men, money, power, scary, and man, the lies, the rich, lies on lies, like the Epstein shitholes. Those Epstein files are coming. They are imploding. They're not going away. They're only getting worse. And even the Republicans in Congress are saying, the ones that have seen them are saying that they are so much worse than anything any of us have heard about, and worse than anything any of us can imagine. I'm thinking that they're a lot like this, but are going to make this look G-rated. Kylie was swimming in the Mediterranean Sea. What? Annabes? Are you speaking metaphorically? Like that she was being sold to the Arabs? Because that would make sense too, wouldn't it? Yeah, trying to fit into the lifestyle of the rich. Just saying, nope, MTG. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yep. Okay. Les Wex. Ugh. Two large Chinese gargoyles outside the entrance. And besides the heavy looking wooden doors, there was an intercom with a camera overlooking us. Cameras everywhere, overlooking everything. Not just looking, but recording. Where's the tapes? I walked up the concrete steps into a realm of wealth, glamour, and most of all, influence. Okay, I already read that part. My eyes glistened at the splendor of his palace. Caramel colored marble tiles spread through the first floor, where his gourmet kitchen and dining hall were also located. Then I came to the sweeping staircase that curved into the next level, where little E and I went into his office, even though it looked more like a museum exhibit. Ancient draperies that told lascivious stories of their own covered parts of the elevated walls, and the remaining wall spaces were taken up by rows on top of rows of books. He loved to read, as he often found it hard to sleep, and was comforted in the early morning hours with his literature, or sometimes in other ways I would come to find out. There was a mantelpiece and a sofa and two armchairs next to the grand piano that flaunted more of his beautiful conquests. Young women posing in salacious pictures, suggesting I could easily be replaced next to one of those girls if I failed in keeping him satisfied. There were also some pictures with recognizable political and royal figures, either shaking little E's hand or with an arm around each other, even one with little E and the Dalai Lama, although his church was the bank. He liked to use his power, wealth, and money to manipulate everyone in his life. He made a phone call that sounded businesslike, and I didn't mind. I was quite enjoying taking in all of the beauty around me. I was blinded by it all. I was still waiting for him when Jiz came in. She asked me what I thought so far of my trip to NYC, and she was talking about the house. She loved to gloat, even though none of it actually belonged to her. She wanted everyone to believe that it did. I complimented her on the medieval looking tapestries and a few other adornments when she cut me off mid sentence to compliment it herself, telling me the history about one of the 17th century tapestries, to which to an unsophisticated eye looked to me like a rug on the wall. Little E hung up the phone and walked over to the sofa where we were sitting next to the mantelpiece and took a seat on one of the armchairs. He didn't seem worried from the phone call, but his mind was definitely somewhere else from the hard look on his face. We all spoke for a few moments more about the splendid decor before little E had enough small talk and needed some of his own relaxation time. He told Jiz he was going to show me to the massage room and he'd be back in a couple hours. She agreed. He looked like he could use some time to unwind, and with that wry grin of hers, she gave him a look that told me precisely how he was expecting to be relaxed. We left his office all together, Jiz going downstairs and little E showing me to the lifts. The lift looked like its original that came with the school. It was made out of brass antique with archaic cuts throughout the arches at the top. It wasn't the only lift in the house, but certainly the most beautiful. We walked down a long hall carpeted in a royal red and gold trim, passing by a bronze pagan statue of the horny little goat god Pan. How adequate, I thought. She misuses some vocabulary. How adequate, I thought. I think she meant appropriate, right? How adequate, I thought, fit Jeffrey to a T. We walked into this dimly lit room, another daunting chamber that looked like we had stepped back in time to the dark ages. It took a second for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, and little E beckoned me to follow him through the room to the open adjoining shower, toilet, and steam room. The room was in black marble to accent the dreariness and smaller than the one in Palm Beach. But it had its own witchery feel to it. I bet it did. I mean, he was into RA. He was into the ritualistic stuff. There's that. Another unseen side to this man I was coming to know. Oh, let's see. What did I miss? That's what Lindsay said, Annabees. I think we wouldn't have any senators or congressmen left if they let out the list. They were targeted. My stepson says if you weren't willing, they rugged you and videotaped. I could believe that, Annie. I really could. Yeah, because they have to have dirt on you. You're not allowed in if they can't have something to leverage on you. But still, let's just get rid of them all then. I mean, seriously. That she traveled all over. Oh, no way, Annabees. How did I miss that? That she went to the Mediterranean? Kylie? I don't remember her mom saying that, but I believe you that you're accurate. If you can help point me to some of that or email me, that's freaking nuts. Do you guys remember that, Annie and Mark? Do you remember Lindsay saying that? Like it's like vaguely familiar now that you're saying it, but I would really appreciate it if you could email me or clue me in more. Smith family were in witness protection from Southern California town, hence government contracts for parents. In my opinion, they have life insurance scam going. That is why funds were given to agencies. Oh, yeah, I think you could be very precise in that whole comment there, Annie. Um, Agencies didn't search. I'm not sure now if Lindsay said the Mediterranean Sea, but she did say some sea. She said it at Kylie's celebration of life. I'm gonna have to rewatch that. Um is it still like out there in the interwebs, the celebration of life? Because I know the whole thing used to be out there. So gross, not going to heaven is right. Yeah. I remember those rumors traveled with Kate, I think. Well, and Kate disappearing like right after the whole thing happened, that was very telling. That's kind of like an admission of guilt right there. Was it Kate? Been a while since I remember names of friends, Kat or Mags. Yeah. Lindsay said it in her speech at Kylie's celebration of life. Probably not lots been taken down. I have the celebration of life archived. Oh, would you be able to email it to me, Mr. Mark, at JusticeAtooZ at gmail.com? Probably Shan has it still. Yeah, I'm sure Shan has it. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I think I just changed the page, right? So I'm at the top of 37. I don't know how close to 50 I'm going to get. It's 9 o'clock, but I'm going to keep pushing. Um, Smaller than the one in Palm Beach, but it had its own witchery feel to it. Another unseen side to this man I was coming to know. We both undressed and I followed little E into the steam room first. He loved feeling clean, teaching me that the steam would deplete the toxins. Well, he's a toxic waste site, so all the steam in the world isn't going to make him not toxic, right? I'll try to post private and send you link in a few days. That would be lovely, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Hugs. Great to reconnect. Yes, thanks for stopping in. So nice to see you and to get the update with Ripley still kicking. I think of you guys. I'll pray for you and Ripley for sure. Keep you in my prayers. All right. Let's see how far we can get. The toxins from your skin, which was great during a massage when your blood flow is being replenished. I grabbed his foot out of instinct, knowing I had to be constantly on alert to keep this man satisfied. Yeah, he's high maintenance. Freaking princess. He looked down at me with a nod and reclined back against the wall as the steam poured in. This was his idea of alleviation. I worked up to his calves, and within a few more minutes, he said he was ready for his massage on the bed. We got out and towel dried off, both still nude. He asked me to stay undressed. Then we headed to massage bed in the middle of the room. He lay down on the bed and told me to turn on the CD player on the wall hatch where all of the oils and lotions were set out. I hit play and a collection of mixed classical symphonies began to fill the silence. I could tell he wasn't in one of those moods to be uplifted with idle chat, so I remained silent, letting him enjoy my slow movements, making my way up his body. My instincts told me that I was right about his mood, as he seemed to appreciate the quietness of the moment and the leisurely of the strokes I was using to massage him. When I got to his scalp, he turned over, grabbed my hand to put on his erect manhood. No words spoken yet. I took the gesture and initiated what I had been taught over the last week. While pleasing my master, that's about right. Master and slave. While pleasing my master, his hands groped my young flesh, penetrating my insides with his fingers. He was only concerned with what he wanted, as if I was a new car out for a test drive and he was pressing his new gadgets. His soft moans were soon brought to louder heaves of breath, and my job was done. No intimate kisses or sweet pillow talk. He showed his appreciation with money, never attachment. We concluded with a shower, and he told me he had some business to conduct. He walked me to the lift and told me to go to the next level, and my room was the first one on the right. It had an intercom in which he can contact me when needed. Oh, like a leash? Um, oh, you wore the Justice A to Z hat today, Mr. Mark. That's awesome. Was it, you got the white one, didn't you, with the black letters? Night, night. Catch you all next time. Good night, Anna. Mr. Mark says, if you're still here, Mr. Mark, did you figure out what to do with your tapestry? Just curious. If you like gave it away or something, that's cool too. It's yours to do with whatever you please. Um, or you were gonna make a cape out of it, right? And then wear it with the hat. Super super justice. There you go. That can be your superhero character, super justice. I love it. All right, where are we? Um, the intercom in which he can contact me when needed. I hit number 5 on the lift and looked his direction and took his directions to my room. I opened the door to the massive loft, the size of an adequate house. I walked down the long hall and my eyes took in the magnificence of my surroundings. It was a room fit for royalty, and later would find out had been stayed in by some. The room was trimmed in gold paint and had another eerie tapestry on the main wall as feature. Yeah, that's some of the mind effery. That's some of the not so subtle brainwashing. There was a TV and a huge king size bed with goose feathered comforter and pillows. All of the glitter from Little E's lifestyle he was offering me finally covered the last bit of sight I had left, and I let go of my consciousness. Excited by my enthralling day, not having anyone around to have to act reserved, I jumped into the soft bed and lay looking around, thinking about how quick life could change based upon one swift decision. Dazing into the artistry, the intercom buzzed on the telephone next to the bed, and it was a housemaid letting me know Little E wanted to see me in his office now. Already, I thought to myself, I was just getting settled in. I was worried I was going to get lost in this ancient museum, but I got myself back to his office with no trouble. It was kind of hard to miss. I knocked at the slightly ajar door, and Little E called for me to enter. I walked over to his desk where he was just ending a phone call, and he opened his duffel bag full of money. I'll be out at my other office for most of the day, so instead of being locked inside, I thought you should do some sightseeing for the day. And since it's your first trip to the Big Apple, he didn't count how much he was giving me. He just handed me a bundle out of the banded $100 bills. He knew just how to pull the right strings, making me squeal in delight and giving him a kiss on the cheek since we were never really emotionally intimate. It would be odd to act in any other way, but he seemed to like it. I ran upstairs to get dressed for city shopping and put my makeup on, and then hit the streets of New York looking for a place to start spending this load of cash. Although she calls it dosh, Dosh. I've never heard that. Load of dosh. When I got to the end of 72nd Street on Fifth Avenue, I had no idea which way to turn, left or right. I thought I'd just follow the lights past Central Park and see the local sights on my way. My eyes were once again peeled back in splendor. I had never imagined a place so busy with the hustle and bustle of all the walks of life. My first stop was to buy a disposable camera, and I was off taking photos of every wonder that caught my attention. I didn't do much shopping as I had planned to. I didn't do much shopping as I had planned to. I was having too much fun exploring this capacious metropolitan. Not familiar with that word. She might have meant copious metropolitan. Um, let's see. When it started to hit dusk, I began walking back to Little E's, but not before stopping off to enjoy a giant slice of pepperoni pizza. It was the best I ever had, and considering I was going back to Little E's chickpea and tofu salads or such, I really hated the healthy cuisine served by Little E's personal chef. I was a naturally skinny girl, never watching what I ate. To eat that food, I might as well have chewed on hay. I strolled back to Little E's and was missed. Jiz scolded me. You shouldn't have been gone so long, young lady. We need to know where you are at all times. You are on call for Little E. I started to apologize, feeling guilty. I didn't want them to think I didn't take my job with them seriously. She cut off my explanation with a short conclusion to this conversation. We will get you a cell phone tomorrow so we can always find you. That's a nice leash. Um, Especially back then when people didn't really have them. To be a teenager and have a cell phone in, was it probably like 1998 or 1999 by now? Probably 1999. I thanked her for her generosity and she dismissed me to my room. So I wasn't even needed after all. It was just a way for her to place me deeper in their control. The next few days, I was on call as Jiz said I'd be, venturing out to the city for only an hour or so at a time. I looked most forward to my outings. I would return to Little E's mansion to attend to his desires, and when he was finished with me, I'd be off on my adventures. That's what you call a sex slave. On the day before we were to be heading back to Palm Beach, Little E had a new proposition for me. I could make double the money I was making. You guys ready for this? I'm sure you already know what it is. I could make double the money I was making if I would look for pretty girls and convince them to come back to Little E's to be further persuaded with money to engage in bisexual and sexual acts with Jeffrey and I. I asked him, how does one actually propose such a thing to a complete stranger? Well, he said in a build up to another kind of lesson, if I were you, I would use your charm to entice them and my money to bring them. I would tell them you work for a multi-billionaire who has a taste for young, beautiful girls, and with his contacts in the acting, modeling, or rich husband world, your boss could help them. All they have to do is come meet me first. If I wasn't so naive at the time, I would have seen that's exactly what he was doing with me. My prospects were massage credentials, but with too much pain from my past, I could only have hope. Not that I was a shy girl, but picking up girls for one reason alone, only to be endorsed for her body, didn't sound like something I could do. But not wanting to displease my master, I told him that I would give it a go. I used to give my kids my cell phone when they were out. We had a landline at home. Yeah, isn't that cute? I know. Landline. I haven't had a landline in so long. Probably like over a decade. Um, let's see, where was I? You could tell he was instantly excited with my agreement. He started to reveal the politics of what kind of girls he was looking for. He wasn't into multicultural girls, a very chauvinistic perception. He said they had to be uniquely gorgeous to be accepted by him, but definitely no African American girls. He was racist against anything different to his kind, a very narrow minded way of thinking for such a supposed brilliant man. The list went on and on. No girls with tattoos or piercings or gothics, no drug users or prostitutes. Basically, he wanted everyone's daughter that looked like the girl next door with blue eyes and blonde curly ringlets. I just nodded and smiled, wanting this to be over with and move on to another conversation, but so worked up with our previous talk. Instead, he persisted to show me exactly what I was good for to him. He took me up to the highest loft in his large mansion and he lay down on his large bed, expecting me to know exactly what he wanted done. As always, I complied, part of me hating him for what he wanted done. As always, okay, part of me hating him for having to degrade myself to be so subservient to his sexual whims. And another part of me was telling myself to be grateful for the opportunities I was being given. The battles in my head were beginning to cause me too much anxiety. When we got back to Palm Beach, I asked my mom to make me a doctor's appointment for some headaches I had been getting lately so she wouldn't question me. I walked out of the doctor's office with a prescription for a mind altering anxiety tablet called Xanax. Me neither with the landline, yeah. The problem with Xanax is the what do they call it? The rebound effect. It's like it works magically, but then when it wears off, you rebound with even more anxiety. I have a puppy dog trying to get in. One sec. And you know what? Why don't I take a quick bathroom break? I'm at the bottom of page 39. This will be my last bathroom break. Hi, babies. One second. Hey, babies. You guys can come on in. Calm down, silly heads. Calm down. Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Oh, Coco, too. They're all cray cray. Okay. I stay so well hydrated that I pretty much have to go to the bathroom like every hour, like clockwork. Anna, are you still here? Annie, are you still here? I'm like, Anna, are you still here? But you're Anna. Now they're scratching at the door again. I don't want to keep jumping up, but I could let somebody cute in. Hold on. Maybe, maybe not. Let's just see. Let's try to see if I can get through the next 10 pages. I want to know the answers to all the secrets. And I have a feeling we're going to find some. Oh, that's funny. There's a blank page. That's like 48. And then, oh, a bunch of blank pages. It got all screwed up. Well, We'll just get to page 48 and then I'll figure out what the screw up is. We'll try to get through the next 8 pages. But let me let the scratching dog in. Come on, babies. Come on. Come on. Oh, everyone's coming in? Okay, come on in. It's a dog party. It's a dog party. Hold on. We got everybody in. Okay. Oh, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Oh, you're so cute. The sweetie pie. Okay, we're going to try to read 8 more pages or 9 more pages, 10 more pages, something like that. I'm at the bottom of 39 and I'm going to try to get through until there's the screw up at page 48. So I'll probably stop there because I can't believe it's been 5 hours. So yeah, about 1 more hour. Hannah, I can't believe you're still here. You are like my marathon girl. That's amazing. How are you holding up on this marathon? After I finish this whole thing, which will maybe be tomorrow, we'll see. I'm going to read the Nobody's Girl. Because like I said, I think for educational purposes, you're allowed to, as long as you're not profiting off of it. Or if you are profiting, they get the profits. They're like, Mama, get off the computer. We want you. They don't care if I'm on the computer. They just want to be near me. But yeah, they're also really curious about this room because I'm not usually in this room. So they're like, what? What? That's like that song Thrift Shop, John McLemore. What? Don't you love that song? Do you know that song, Anna Bees? I'm gonna pop some tags. I got $20 in my pocket. This is fucking awesome. Okay, here we go. Where was I? The Xanax. Not only did it help with anxiety, but it also acted as a blanket over terrible memories. That part I did not know, that it blanketed over terrible memories, but that makes sense because it just kind of softens everything. Okay. But people get addicted to it. It's very dangerous to get a prescription for it. You probably are familiar with that, right, Anna? This is so funny the way the blue like glows around my mouth. Okay. So when I had to perform degrading acts, I would take a few pills and forget what happened within the next hour and be able to become someone without a battling conscience. I spent my sweet 16 birthday on his island in the Caribbean next to St. James Isle. So yeah, that whole year she was 15. And they always try to say that she only was with them from 2000 to 2002. She was born in 83. And so this was 1999 when she turned 16. So she hooked up with them in 1998. They lie. Those lying liars. Isn't that so shocking? Granny Annie's still here. That song was great. I know. When it won the Grammy, I was so happy for him. I love that video too. The Thrift Shop. That is the funnest video to watch. I'll put a link to it in the description for anybody who's interested. John McLemore is so cute. He is a little hottie, isn't he? I'm good. I only had one bathroom break. That's funny. I think I've had 4, haven't I? Doing jigsaw puzzle, Granny Annie. I love jigsaw puzzles. What is the picture? If you want to snap it and email me, I'd be happy to check out what you're doing. Puzzles are the best, aren't they? Is it like a 500 piece or 1,000 piece or 5,000 piece? No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I'm familiar with Xanax. Okay. So the water is so good. I can't believe all my beverages. I got through all of the smoothie and then all of the iced coffee and now getting through all the water. But that's why I've gone to the bathroom 4 times. And what's really cool is the bathroom is like right across the hall. So it's quick, easy. Okay. I had a script for Wellbutrin and Xanax. Wellbutrin is one of the best medications, I think. It's not addictive like Xanax. And Boost Bar. Boost Bar is a really good one too. That doesn't get prescribed so much anymore, but it should be. It's really good. For what's it for? Mostly anxiety and maybe a little bit for depression. I skipped the Xanax because it seems weird to take a downer to sleep. We saw him driving down the road in a convertible and he was performing in Kansas City. OMG, I am so jelly, Annabise. That is so cool. I would have just died. I would have been screaming like a girl at a Beatles concert in the 60s. Let's see. Okay, Sweet 16. Here we go. He liked to call it Little St. Jeff's. His ego was as enormous as his appetite for fornicating. I was given a birthday cake and a new collection of designer makeup from London. Jiz made a joke after I blew out my array of candles and said I'd soon be getting too old for Little E's taste. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. And soon they'd have to trade me in. She was only half joking in a sad reality, though. Yeah, she wasn't joking at all. A few days after my birthday, a girl was flying out to the island to join us for a few days before flying back to New York City. I was introduced to a pretty girl a few years my senior named Sarah. Oh, Sarah Ransom. Sarah Ransom, gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And she's one of the most outspoken survivors as well. And I think she was 22 when she started getting abused by them. I do 1,000 pieces gets me out of bed. That is awesome. I would love to see a photo if you feel like snapping a picture and emailing it. Or if you want to tell us what it is, like if it's like a beach scene or, you know, kitty cats or whatever. I've got puppy licking my toes. Come here, baby. Come on. I don't want the papers to go flying though when if puppy jumps up. So let me make sure they're all stuck together with my little clip. And dun, we are making progress. Okay. Come here, baby. You can come on up. You can come on up. Come on. You little raggy muffin. You are so cute. Here, cuddle. Cuddle. There you go. The Sarah Ransom. Where was I with Sarah Ransom? Pretty girl, few years my senior, named Sarah. She had long ash blonde hair and big brown eyes that hinted she had a cheeky nature. She had known Little E before I had. Okay, this might be a different Sarah. and he was supposedly trying to help her get an acting job in LA. She was obviously accustomed to the lifestyle he provided her, making it ever so apparent with her prompt attention she lavished on him. She would do things like strip nude and bathe around the swimming pool, taunting him for sex. She was good at what she did, even putting me at ease with her cool persona and funny jokes. Little E told me privately that she was one of his best at procuring young girls into her entrapment and delivering them to him when he was in town. Yeah, this is a different Sarah. And when it came to time in the private chambers with little E, her and I, it wasn't hard to comprehend. She was devoted to the moment, giving. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you get yourself in trouble. What are you doing? You're so cute. Come here. You're so cute. Um, she was devoted to the moment, giving little E every imaginable lustful desire he could fathom. On the last night we were there, we all took a trip over to St. James to go for a stroll. Odd, I thought. It was past 7 p.m., and little E rarely strayed out past then, unless it was some event or dinner party. While Jiz and him looked the average couple strolling arm in arm through the streets, he said to Sarah and I, "Why don't you two hit the nightclub here and see if there's anyone interesting to bring back for the evening?" God, he's just like a bottomless pit of high maintenance. It was more of an order than a request, and then I knew why we came out tonight and why Sarah was invited. Tonight was all about training, and Sarah was going to show me the ropes in picking up girls. Although there was no one too accustomed to Little E's distinct taste to bring back, watching Sarah flirt from girl to girl like a floating butterfly gave me enough insight into what I was expected to do. Within months, I had become his handy little helper. Not only would I run to his beck and call, but I also aided Jiz in bringing in more girls to keep the appetite of our sexually starving chief. Sexually starving, that's a good one, huh? Um, what are you doing? That's where she stole my food. That's where I had my bowl of cottage cheese. So she's looking for more. Um, let's see. He waved at us because we noticed him. OMG, I love it. I missed that comment when I saw Annie's I do 1,000 pieces, get me out of bed. Or maybe I read it and I just wasn't paying attention. Just kind of getting a little looped. What are we, 5 hours? It's crazy, crazy, I tell you. I had Wellbutrin and Boost Bar for anxiety and PTSD, coping skills, and off meds now. She's so cute. Yeah, isn't she? Little cheese ball, little cheesy poof, Cheeto, Chi. Those are all her names. Sent pictures. It's fairies and mushrooms. Oh, I love it. Amy Stewart puzzle. Fairies and mushrooms. I can't wait to see it. I'm not familiar with Amy Stewart, but that sounds perfect. Okay. Sexually starving chief from going hungry. Gross. I once asked Jiz why she did what she did for him instead of having a common monogamous relationship and getting jealous like normal partners would. She replied simply, "It takes the pressure off me having to do it." That said it all. We were all under the shade of Little E's money tree and not even someone like her could escape from its lure. Just like Jizz had trained me, it was now my job to reiterate that onto other girls, and thus the cycle of girls trying to climb the chain of hierarchy would start all over each time I brought a new one in. The sessions rarely differed much. They would mostly start out with little E on top of the massage table, already naked, and me leading a girl into massaging him until his instructions came to remove our clothing. And if they agreed to that, then little E knew he had them in his pocket and could do whatever else he wanted. He was never turned down in the many years I stayed with him. Never being shy, he would tell us to start kissing each other, or depending on what he wanted, we would perform erotic acts sometimes with him, fondling us, or just masturbating while he watched. On explicit occasions, sex toys would be used on us girls, making it all the more exciting for him to observe. Ending with a payment of $200 for the new girl and $400 to me for bringing her. He would then wait for us to leave before adding the event's details of names and payments in a little black diary he kept with him wherever he went. What? I thought that didn't exist. His little black book. So it does exist. Interesting, huh? So if he were in any one of the cities he lived in, he would always have contacts for sex. I was slowly climbing the ladder as little E was happy taking me everywhere with him within the states. Merely at home, I distanced myself. Oh, that one fell from my family altogether, and with little E renting me an apartment in Royal Palm Beach, as well as a plush furnished apartment in New York City, there was hardly a need to see them. I just couldn't face everyone thinking they all knew what I was really doing, traveling around with a man old enough to be my grandfather, who supposedly only wanted me for massages, much further convincing myself of the lies I told myself. I took a liking to the Xanax. It felt like it was all a dream at times. Even meeting up with old contacts from school years who experimented with rugs. I was flying around the country, seeing so many places in America I had only heard about in movies. Come on, Coco. Come on, Coco. Come on, Coco. Come on. Come on, Coco. Come on. Come on. Here you go. You can cuddle. Come on, Coco. She's like, no, not enough room. Your big butt's in my way. Let's see. Uh, Seeing so many places in America I'd only heard about in movies, and making more money than anyone my age and loving it. My friends didn't believe the lies I told them about only being a massage therapist. Some of them even asking if they can meet little E too. At this point in my life, my heart went missing for a while, and I stooped so low. I was even bringing my friends. I just saw them as easy commission. When I wasn't playing servant to my master, that was an owie tongue bite. I was partying hard, eventually using ecstasy pills, acid, and marijuana to disillusion the times I would have had away from little E to think about what I was actually doing with my life. I realized something one day while I was alone. Although I had little E to attend to sexually, it was not gratifying. I needed someone to come home to, someone I could call my boyfriend, and that showed me emotion and not just a job to get done. So sad, so twisted. Um, I sent a picture of it on email to you. When I finish, we'll send that. Thank you, dear. That's so fun. I can't wait to look. Um, a knock came to the apartment door one lazy afternoon while we were in Palm Beach. I looked through the peephole and one once didn't recognize the once familiar face. I asked from behind the closed door, "Who is it?" The voice of the reply was one I wasn't anticipating to ever hear again. It was my junior high crush and childhood friend, TJ. The last time I saw him, I was a runaway, and he had let me stay at his house for a few days. Telling his parents nothing, he kept me hidden away in his room. At nightfall, he said to knock on his window, and I could jump through and stay the night until I was picked up by authorities during school hours and questioned why I wasn't in school. They did some resourcing, finding out I was a runaway, then delivered me back to my angry parents. OMG, you finally answered your door, girl. And in a whirlwind, TJ stormed back into my life, even moving into my apartment secretly within 2 weeks of his arrival. He had changed so much from the last time I had seen him. He used to be this hard looking rocker type. Now he was cleaned up, wearing preppy clothes, and shooting out Tupac lyrics. Tupac. Is it Tupac or Tupac? He had the same old big brown eyes, though, and when he told me he had heard I was back in town, but he was unable to ever get a hold of me, he just kept knocking at my door every so often, I was told. No, I was sold. Not told, sold. How sweet, I thought. He must care about me if he was so intent on approaching me. Not even thinking he would have spoken to the girls from our junior high circle and they would have mentioned him. I was back in town, what I was doing, and where to find me. We were a rug induced romance, which budded from fake emotions. The effects made us feel. He got what he wanted, a free ride and not having to work. And I got what I deserved, a man who could let me go away with this multi billionaire I regarded as my second boyfriend. Match made in hell, right? I didn't want to alarm little E in me having a boyfriend, so I kept it quiet until during a massage I was giving him one afternoon. We were having a conversation about some of my friends, the party girls I had brought in to meet him. Little E started asking questions about the different types of rugs they used, hearing them speak about it in his presence. I thought a person on rugs would be all strung out and looking like hell, but the girls, look great, he stated face down during the massage. That's when I told him I had been dabbling in ecstasy lately too, and I thought it was the most amazing feeling one could even fathom. I tried to describe the euphoric feelings it gave me and even joked with him about wanting to pet anything furry that was around. And then there was the constant need to flick my tongue ring around my mouth. It was great. Oh my God. Imagine having a tongue ring and braces. Gross. That would be insane. That would just be nuts. I'm sure people have done it though. Um, it was great having such an open conversation about things. Little E had never experienced before, and he seemed okay with everything I was telling him as we were having a good laugh together. So I thought I could push it a bit further and tell him the truth about TJ. Oh, this is not going to go well. Is he going to get violent? Since it was bound to come out sooner or later, I'd rather not the latter, when it would look even worse that I kept the truth from him for so long. Well, why were why we're opening up about things together, I continued by saying I had met someone from my past and we have been hanging out a lot lately. When I haven't been traveling with you, I've been with him, and I was wondering if you minded if I started to see this guy. He started to laugh out loud. Are you serious? Of course not. No one in this world is monogamous. Why would I expect you to be? I was smitten with relief. See, that's not a thing. That isn't a sentence. You can't be smitten with relief, can you, Granny Annie? Um, Tupac was shot about a half a mile from the place I stay in Vegas. Wow, that's wild. Um, yeah, that whole thing. Diddy was behind that for sure, 100%, 100,000%. In my humble conspiracy theory, allegedly, right? Um, let's see. I was smitten with relief, but a little bit disheartened when I heard him speak that way. I wondered to myself if he'd had his own personal encounter with heartache. Ah, that's what his problem was, heartbreak. Of course, the evening concluded the same way it always had. The only reason I was really even there in the first place. Upon his request, I straddled him on top of the table and let him explode with pleasure inside of me. Thinking the entire time about TJ, I felt so terrible, but I quickly had to wipe the thoughts of guilt from my mind, not to give little E the wrong impression. So I had myself busy with two men in my life, but that's not what I really wanted for myself. I wanted an occupation that would eventually set me free from depending on a man as my source of survival. I asked little E before I left for the evening when my real training was going to begin, and he liked my assertiveness. I thought it meant to him that I was taking my job with him seriously, but it was all part of his master plan to keep me by his side. Within a couple of weeks of my persistence, little E introduced me to a couple of real working massage therapists, not only with credentials, but with their own clientele too. I was in awe of their teachings. It all made so much sense about the body and about and what they were saying. I felt like I had picked myself up out of the lurches and had a direction again. I was in the middle of another training session with little E, the recipient, as usual, being it was rare for Jiz to ask for massage, unless, of course, it was for little E's own pleasure to watch the punchline of the session, when I was shocked to hear little E ask one of the therapists to now remove her shirt. He had no shame, I thought. Even though she was above his usual age criteria, she was still a pretty woman in her early 30s with curly blonde hair, had a nice athletic body for a mother of two children. She didn't hesitate in his request. It looked like something out of a role playing porn scene, with the therapist removing her white uniform to reveal her beautiful nude body and a much darker side to her personality. I couldn't believe it at first. It was such a state of shock, and I began to question myself if this was normal in the massage profession to expect this kind of clientele to request such degrading tasks, even though they were professionals. At the end of the session, she was paid $300, an additional 100 for helping him train me as well, and I was paid my usual $200. Then we were both invited by little E to join him out by the pool for a cool dip. With little E making a few phone calls while her and I undressed again for a swim, I wanted to ask her a few personal questions about what she'd come to learn about the massage therapy game. But I never got the chance as we were joined by Jiz moments later. She was asking how my training was going and booked the therapist in for herself the following morning, where she was invited back to do another training session with me. It didn't take me long to figure out why. I'm curious why. Um, Tupac, thank you, my dear Anna Bees. You're so good with that. Tupac, because yeah, I always say Tupac. Tupac. Um, he won't want STDs. OMG, that's what X did to us. Brought us home a weird one. Huh. Huh, huh, huh. It didn't take me long to figure out why. I was at my apartment when I received a phone call from little E. I thought it was the usual call to come over to his house, but he surprised me. Instead, I would be going to the exclusive hotel in Palm Beach tonight, the Breakers, where I would be meeting my first ever clients. Only told their first names, I was given some instructions and the address where to meet Glenn and Eva. They were a married couple with one on the way. I was quite concerned when I heard she was pregnant, being I really didn't know the body that well and didn't want to inflict any wrongdoing on the unborn baby. But little E insisted I take this job. Just massage her gently where she wants to be rubbed, and to save all of my energy for Glenn's massage since it was going to be a 4-hour job. Dang. In an emphasized tone of voice, I was being coached by little E to treat Glenn with exactly whatever he wanted, just like I do for little E himself. It was my last bit of preparation before he sent me out to his friends and my first taste of responsibility in upholding his reputation. At around 7 p.m., I took a taxi to the address I was given and found them on the residential side of the giant hotel's extensive property. When I arrived in their apartment, it was a far cry from the lavish place I was expecting. Still really nice, but had a cozier family feel to it. It was just beginning to get dark when Eva and I went into the master bedroom, and she undressed to reveal the first naked pregnant body I had ever seen. It was fascinating to see her in the later stages of maternity, and strangely enough, it was a miraculous and wonderful sight. Yeah, it is. She was a former model and one of Little E's many entourages from his past. She had gotten too old for his taste and she was married off to a wealthy colleague of his. Oh, gross. Lying down on the bed, I adjusted the pillows to try to make her more comfortable and began to massage her as little E had instructed me to. Softly and slowly, so at ease with her nude body, she even asked me to massage her swelling breasts in a non sexual way. Not knowing any other way but that way, I was trying to oblige her in her request by doing the very best I could to relieve her, but couldn't help but giggle to myself at the very sight of this. She said she was very happy at the end of the massage and rolled over to go to sleep, asking me to turn out the light at the end of it. I closed the door gently, as if not to disturb her, and went to find my other client. Well, I'm sure he got STDs on the regular. He doesn't seem like the kind to wear a condom. Exactly, Annabes. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. The apartment's lights had been turned out for the sleeping children, and I found Len awaiting for me in the lounge room, where I had to call out, "Excuse me," as I couldn't see him in the dark. That story sounds familiar. Eva sold out to a colleague. Massages can release constipation or cause it if there is a skill. Yeah, this is like the constipation spot. I know that from acupuncture. Um, and yeah, then there's the spot on the ankle that can like cause, contractions, right? You got to be really careful of that. Um, there was a throw rug on the ground that he had already placed out as he began to strip down in preparation of the massage. Lying frontwards, facing me with his exposed and ever growing manhood, I asked him to roll over to begin the massage. He complied with a cheeky smile from his eagerness to show he was not shy indeed. I already know where this was going to end up. I found it much more strenuous to massage on the floor, but I wouldn't let that hold me back. I wanted to have a career, and this being my first ever clients, I didn't want them to disapprove. Nearly 4 hours after I had gotten there, I was still hard at work, mentally preparing for the end of the session. He let me know when he was ready to begin the other side to my job. And just like Jeffrey did the first time, he requested me to take off my clothes, starting with my shirt. When I complied, the request kept coming in, and before I could change my mind and run away, I was having intercourse with this man that was so comfortable doing all of this while his pregnant wife and children slept in the room beside us. So gross. So effing gross. When he had climaxed, we both got up and dressed, and he paid me a large tip, even though Jeffrey would be the one to actually pay me for my time spent there. Just like it had all started, it had also ended so quickly, and now that was that. I had to accept what my duties were, and now I could go back to little E, who would be further pleased in my demonstrations to keep him happy. I was called the next morning to come over to Little E's mansion that afternoon for lunch, a swim, and of course a massage session. Freaking exhausting. My God. Give it a rest. Knowing all too well they'd be expecting the gory details of last night's events with my new clientele. I came there at 1 p.m. as requested and sat down for a light lunch and swim. Little E was mostly conducting business from his offside pool office, but he came to ask me if everything went well the night before. I told him I did everything asked of me, and I'm quite confident both my clients were more than pleased with me. He gave me a quick grin before he headed back to the office, throwing a purple grape down his throat as he walked away. Laying out on one of the pool decks, blue and white striped lounge beds, I was waiting for little E to finish his business so I could give him his massage. Ew. He never took too long with his work unless there was something wrong, and then we would all have to wear his mood But today he seemed fine though. And we went up the stairs. When we went up the stairs, he told me we would be leaving for his ranch in Santa Fe, New Mexico in the morning, and I'd need to be packed and ready tonight. They loved leaving in the spur of the moment. Little E once said he checks with his pilot Larry on the best weather before he heads to a different destination. I enjoyed spending time at his ranch, being it was my favorite of all of his residences. He had a lavish Mediterranean looking castle on top of a hill that overlooked his extensive 7,500 acres of property. I think it was the largest privately owned property in New Mexico, but it shouldn't have been because there was like a historical ancient site that uh, it should have been a landmark. Let's see, my abdomen they used to massage, and I would have to stop at bathroom on the way home. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I love massage therapy. I just got my 13-year-old her first full body massage a few weeks ago. She loved it. Really, really good massage therapist. LOL, Annie, that's happened to me too. Too funny. Um, it has an indoor pool, gym, and all the trimmings of extravagance I could only imagine. I had a great time on the quad bike. Sarah and I often got scolded for tipping one over, going too fast, or trying to go up a steep hill. But we knew those weren't the things he cared about, so it wouldn't matter. My favorite of it all was his little town with its own fire station and trucks, stables full of horses, and little cottages where the housekeepers and ranch hands lived. He had his own freaking town. Crazy. In New Mexico. Yeah, Zora Ranch. Uh-huh. And I mentioned, I think last night, in my last video, I think I mentioned it's not very far from, is it called the Bonanza Ranch, where um, Helena Hutchins met her, and um, name of the Santa Fe ranch where Rust was filmed. Bonanza Creek Ranch near Santa Fe, New Mexico. So I think they're like 50 miles apart. So let's see. Bonanza Creek Ranch and Zora Ranch. Let me see. What's the distance between Bonanza Creek Ranch and Zora Ranch in New Mexico? 43 miles. No, 43 minutes, only 31 miles. Wow. That's even closer than I thought. Well, I guess I thought it was like half an hour or an hour. But I was thinking it was more like closer to 50 miles. It's only 31 miles. That's pretty wild, huh? What does that have to do with anything? I wonder. It has nothing to do with nothing, right? Okay, we're like down to our last couple of pages. Let me take my last drink of water. Still got ice in there, but no more water. Let's see. On my own time, I would take one of the quad bikes down to the stables and saddle up on one of his beautiful horses and go for a ride in the open terrain. It was coming up to the end of a very cold winter, and it still had the snow-covered mountaintops and brisk air that I loved to take in during my many trail rides. I had been an experienced horse rider since my childhood, and I could honestly pinpoint some of the best memories of my life being on the back of a horse. I acclaimed with thrill in my voice, "Great, I'll get packed as soon as I get back to my apartment." He threw in, "Pack for a few weeks, as we will also be making a pit stop to LA for some business afterwards and then to New York City." I was used to these round trips with him. It was great as I was saving loads of cash and about to buy myself my first car. Little E and Jiz and Emmy and I all left the following morning as planned, arriving in only a few hours at his awe-inspiring Santa Fe Palace. Excuse me. I was it was always a delight. Still frisk in the air. And see, she means brisk. It's cute. It's cute the way she uses language. It's a living language, right? It's fluid. You can do whatever you want with it. Still frisk in the air. It totally works. um, my petite frame looked even smaller in these gigantic overcoats. Nonetheless, I was looking forward to spending time out in the fresh, clean air and open land. After a few days of leisurely spending our time on the ranch, we went to the Indian markets in Albuquerque for a bit of shopping and sightseeing. Little E wasn't the most off road kind of guy, so when we went sightseeing, we were more like it was more like museums, boutique shopping, and local art galleries. Still a splendid trip, though, with me picking up a few nifty collectibles to bring back for my family, and knowing how much my mom loved Indian apparel. I thought it would put me back in her good books for a while. I hoped, at least. There was some lengthy time to put wait a second. There was some lengthy time to put a little water under the bridge between my folks and I. With my life heading in a different direction, I didn't see any use in holding on to much hate, especially that I didn't even have to see them that much. We got back to Zora Ranch, the name Little E chose to call the massive land he bought to build his fortress on. And Little E told me that he was looking forward to one of my famous relaxing massages. And with that notion, he gave my bags of shopping to one of the many housemaids who greeted us at the front door and asked her to bring my bags to the exquisite room I was staying in. We headed straight downstairs, just past the massage room and gym. There is an indoor heated pool, shower, and spa. First, Little E wanted to warm up in the spa underneath a decorated ceiling of clouds and blue skies. Starting the massage in the spa, I rubbed his feet while he reclined into the spa's jets. We spoke of the museum and some of the knickknacks I had bought, and I thanked him for the turquoise earrings and necklace he had got for me as a gift, joking about not ever knowing what to get for him, being that he was the richest man I'd ever known. By no far means did we ever have any kind of mutual respectful bond between us. But there was a significant softer side he began to share with me that was different from how he treated his other girls. Maybe it was my feet that filled the shoes for that time being, or the fact my novelty hadn't worn off yet. But whatever it was, I was getting confused from all the double-sided life I was leading. He got up from the spa tub shortly thereafter and asked me to come wash him in the shower because he can't wash himself, right? One sec. Down to my last page and a half. Just need to let an ice cube melt real quick. And I'm sure you're right. I'm sure the staff thought he was gross. Yep, they just needed the money. I know. What a freaking pig. Asked me to come wash him in the shower. It was nothing unordinary to me. I was used to his need to be nurtured and pampered. I performed his request with a cheerful mannerism, letting him think I was taking care of him out of my sheer sweetness. I got the towels ready for him to get out of the shower and towel dried him, patting his skin instead of rubbing as previously instructed. You know you have a very maternal instinct. You'll make a fine mother someday. He would constantly acclaim at my gentleness. I hope so, I replied. I would love to have my own babies one day, but not anytime soon, laughing at the very thought of that. We walked up the steps and through the French doors into the gym's adjoining massage room. It was smaller room than in his other houses, placing the emphasis on the large massage bed in the center. I grabbed another clean towel to keep him warm while I prepared the music, lights, and oils. He liked me to use mostly lavender or other aromatherapy scents, which reminded me of woodlands in the spring. Always enjoying the beginning of the massage, I put my heart and soul into training in my profession. I could just close my eyes. I could see only with my hands the areas that needed the most work. And even though I wasn't a professional yet, little E could feel and told me there wasn't many that could please him during a massage being untrained. I'm sure now it was just something he'd say nice to all the girls, but in the time I had known him, I could honestly say it wasn't like him to compliment girls in any other way than regards to a sexual performance or their looks. I was flattered at his praise, and when the massage was over, so were the sentiments. I was back to being used for my body and what I could do with it. With him satisfied and off for a nap, I could go do whatever I wanted. Like usual, I would go down to the stables or something adventurous, but today I was in a melancholy mood and just wanted to relax and unwind myself in a giant tub in my bathroom. That sounds good. Um, I got out some of the oils I used on little E, putting them in the steaming water, and popped two of my Xanax pills, forgetting about my troubles and focusing on the quiet moment at hand, just wanting to soak up the peacefulness of it. Nearly slipping away to sleep in the tub. I was thinking that was dangerous to take Xanax and get in a really hot bath, a really large bath too. Like you could totally drown. Um, Nearly slipping away to sleep in the tub, I was startled when I got the call on the intercom to come down for dinner. Everybody seemed to be in good spirits at dinner, which helped to lift mine. We all ate our meals and went into the movie room to watch a newly released movie. It was a ritualistic scenario most nights that everyone was at ease. We would all sit in one of his various movie rooms and hang out together. Just as he always would, little E asked Emmy and me to both grab a foot during the movie that night and just keep massaging through the film. What a monster. God. He is just so effing pampered. It's insanity. He's dependent. He's got a dependent personality disorder. That's what it is. OMG, I just figured it out. I'm serious. Totally dependent personality disordered. Don't you think so, Annabise? Oh, I mean, we already knew he was narcissistic and all of that crap, but dependent personality disorder. I think our president has a dependent personality disorder too, the way he craves attention all the freaking time. Wow. Okay. This is the last half page for tonight. Let me find where I was. Where did he grab the freaking foot? I'm going to reread a little bit because I got a little bit lost right here. It was a ritualistic scenario. And see, I think she means ritual, like to do this movie thing together, but she makes it sound satanic, ritualistic, which he did get into that stuff too. It was a ritualistic scenario most nights that everyone was at ease and we would all sit in one of his various located movie rooms and hang out together. Just as he always would, little E asked Emmy and me to both grab a nasty ass foot during that movie that night and just keep massaging through the film because they don't need to relax. We were always on call for duty, no matter where we were or what time it was. He would just plop a foot up or pass over his hand at any given time and require a massage, even if the film went on for over 2 hours. I would still be required to sit on the floor rubbing his effing feet and hands and even his scalp at times. God, he's like a kitty cat. After the credits, he's just so damn needy. He's so freaking needy. It's gross. After the credits had rolled, Jiz got up to close the door to the room, and I knew she had received the signals herself and would proceed to manipulate, violate, and use us to satisfy little E's urges once more before he went to bed. The blue illumination from the empty TV screen was glaring in the tenebrous room as we watched her undress in a light that relied on the reflection of the moon through the window's peak to show its proceeding display. She walked back to the sofa where I was sitting at little E's feet, still rubbing away, and uncovered her shirt, displaying ample bosoms for his appeal. Approaching me like a lioness hunting her prey, she stood me up and led me to the other couch across from little E and situated herself on top of me, sliding her fingers through my dress to unbutton my attire, revealing my girlish figure and two small peaks. Pushing my head into her breast, I was being fondled by Emmy at the same time, which took her cue when she saw Jiz look in my direction. From an occasional glance upward, I could see that little E was up to his methodical foreplay. stroking his manhood while watching the build-up to his main event. They both took turns making me moan from their touches. Oh, their problem fixed. But I'll just read the next paragraph because then it's the end of the chapter at the top of 49. Um, Making me moan from their touches, and when Jiz was ready too, she would insinuate we do the same to her. She urged me downwards until my head was between her open legs, so gross, and giving into her wanton indulgence. 20 minutes passed before little E exerted his last energies for the night. The only advantage of being with an old man was they could never last long. Ah, that's funny. He had mommy issues. That's absolutely. It is very gross. I can't believe this happened so much. It's insane to be that obsessed with sex. Yeah, like OCD completely. It's just like expand your mind, like branch out a little bit. I mean, try art or music or something, anything. What a jerk, man. Um, but that isn't that funny? An old man, they could never last long. That is hilarious. Departing, except for Viagra, that'll mess with that. Departing to our own separate quarters for the night, I called TJ for condolence. It was so important for me to feel like I had someone out there who saw me as more than just a pretty girl with vulnerabilities. I needed to maintain some sort of a connection to my youthful side, but it would be to no avail as I was getting used to being badly disappointed by all the men in my life. End of chapter. So, top of 49, chapter 8. That was funny. What the thing about the one good thing is that they can't last long. The only advantage of being with an old man was that they could never last long. Yeah, that's hilarious. Because they would be so insulted by that. That would make them want to take more Viagra, right? So they can prove you wrong. No, look, I could go 6 hours straight and then go straight to the emergency room, right? If it lasts more than 4 hours, you got to go to the emergency room. All right, Anna Bees. Well, it's only what 10:31. We got through a lot of it. So tomorrow I'm going to try to get through the rest of it as quickly as I can. So I don't know, maybe around noon getting started, maybe. Old man, LOL. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, my dear. You're the best. You are the best. And we still have a couple other people here too. Granny Annie is probably snoozing, right? Or doing puzzle. It's only 10 o'clock. Yeah, you're all awake. And then I wonder who the third one is. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and listening to me read. And thanks the replay crew too. I'm sorry that it's like so perverted. Wow, look at that. I really got through a lot. I'm proud of myself. That's wild. All right. Love. See you tomorrow. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And thanks again. Thanks for watching.